Okay, and we should now be live. Yep. Okay, I think we're good. I think. Okay, that's probably fine. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Alright, cool. Got everything set up. Took a couple nice little hits there before we get started. Alright, let's do this. Which, by the way, turn that down. Also, maybe the striker's the option. I'll try it out. I'm thinking about prestiging to get another fucking class because, man, you know, like, there's so many other guns that I want to, like, make classes for. Stop smoking perks, bro. You can't make me. I'd like to see you try. Waiting for this fucking shit game to load. Fence stream, yes sir. You already know. Classic Bats fence stream. Much love from the Southwoods. Hey, that's crazy. Good to see someone from there, you know, out here. Why is this not loading yet? Like, it's kind of tripping me out right now. I might have to fucking task manager close it. Fucking, I hate when that shit happens. Can this shit load any faster? Like, come on. Thank you. There we go. Much better. Hopefully they're still on Dome. Oh, they are. Let's go. Nice. Come on, please let me play Dome. I love this map. That was a lot faster. Come on. I joined fucking at the end of the game. That sucks. Damn. What map are we on? Oh. Yeah, this map's kind of gross. Not a fan. Jesus Christ. Ooh, Harrier. Put that bitch right on B. Holy shit, chopper already? Alright, I'm going for it. Chopper gonna time, baby. Here we go. Yes, sir, I got it. Let's go. First game. You're fucking kidding me right now. No way, that fast. Wow. Yeah, that's fucking crazy right now. Let's see how far I can push this. Aw, that's it. Alright, I'm calling it in. Let's go, boys. Fuck yeah. Honey Badger nuke. Oh, all these maps look like fucking garbage. I don't want to play any of these. What? Like... Don't tell me my game just fucking crashed. For real? Man. Ain't that some bullshit? Ooh, rust. Love to see it. Okay, hold up. Okay, it should be set to the right thing. It should not be running like this right now, like... Dear Lord, man. What the fuck? Wow. Yikes. I didn't know that was an enemy, deadass. Eesh. What's your opinion on modern COD? I fucking hate it. Why do you think I'm playing what's essentially, you know, the equivalent of all of the good things about old COD put into one? Why do you think I'd rather play that than new COD? The most recent COD that I play is like Black Ops 3 and this. Damn. I'll be right back. Sorry, I had to go grab my vape. Looks like we got underground. That's good, because I need to work on leveling up the Raffica. Oh. Oh. Okay, hold up. Okay, it's in the right, like, setting. So why lag? Why are you lagging? What the fuck? He's invisible. What was that? Wait, say, huh? I was about to say, how? This map's confusing as fuck. Oh, come out, you little rat. Goddamn. Oh, okay. Are you fucking kidding me? You lost A to this fucking guy? Seriously? Hell, I didn't even know this part of the map existed. What the? Oh, perfect. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, chopper gunner time. Oh no, he's coming right for me. Dang it. Oh, come on. Yeah, I should have it now. Sweet fucking Jesus, man. Why am I lagging so bad? I just team wiped, bro. No way. Did you see that? That's crazy, dog. I killed myself with the fucking Harrier. I'm dumb. Can't believe I dodged that fucking knife lunge, too. What the fuck? How did that not hit? Huh? This guy. Guess high rise. Why not? Alright, let's do this. Damn. I'm so dumb. What the fuck? God damn it. do any Delsum or DXM recently? No, I quit like a long time ago. It's been a long fucking while since I've done Delsum or DXM in general, really. Wow. Tried 2CB recently. I've heard that's good. Haven't done it myself, though, I don't think. Fuck, I didn't know that was an enemy. Oh. The fuck? I love how this is, like... I don't know. I don't remember the Raffica being that bad. Oh, wow. Alright, here we go. Wow. They're kind of stacked up over there. Oh, those bastards. Get out of the way. Damn, teammate. What? God damn. Damn it. Damn. Damn. That wasn't cool. Ooh, I should have got last kill. Pretty sure. What map is this? Honestly, ooh, I kind of want to see what Akimbo is like. Um, well, that's kind of cool. Perfect. Please don't already be over. Or not load, please. Come on. Yes. Hell yeah. It's literally right about to end, though. That sucks, dude. No. Damn! Bro, really? Wow. I didn't even get to kill anybody. That's so lame. Dome, again. This time, let me actually fucking play it. Alright, let's do this. I'm ready. Okay, now the game's actually running how the fuck it's supposed to be, thankfully. Damn. Mm-hmm. I wanted to kill him with the barrels. I'll take it. Chopper gunner. Damn. Alright, chopper gunner time. Damn, I didn't see him. I killed myself with it, of course. Classic. Yeesh. Ah. Yep. What the fuck? What the fuck? God dang it. Oh, shit. Ooh. I was about to blow homeboy shit smooth off. Alright. Even though, right, you know, the fucking rapid fire does make it crazy, I think I'm gonna go back to suppressor. Hell yeah. Man, what the fuck? What the hell is that shit about? How did that not hit? What the fuck? Nah, there ain't no fucking way. Oh, dang. Fuck! Okay. I mean, I'll take it. Kinda odd, though. Ew. Oh, my game crashed. You know what? I'm gonna take that as a sign that I should play some zombies. The goat bats, yes sir, I'm back. Okay, it's in the right priority. I already got my gobblegum set up, let's get it. See if I can get that round 50 on the giant on camera. Ooh, extra credit first go. That's what's up. Ooh, let's go. Double points on an extra credit. Let's go. Oh, and a max ammo round 1. Nice, good round 1. Ooh, and an immolation next fucking go. Dude. Yes, sir. Okay, not bad. Ooh, kinda bad. Okay, better. Okay, that's better. Okay, that's better. SVG again, what is that? VMP, not bad. Locust, come on now. VMP again. Oh, HVK, keeping that. Nice. Bro 2 Legendary, welcome to stream, Gravedigger. Come on. One more, one more. Woohoo. Okay, come on, Wonderwaff, please. Oh, come on. Whatever. Alright, where's the last zombie at? Oh, wow, that's like the worst gobblegum I could have gotten. Fuck that, spin that back. Oh, come on. Okay, the box is over there. At the end of this round, I'm gonna go hit the box. Wait, that might be last. Draken, not bad. Bullshit. XM53, are you fucking serious, game? Come on now. Why are you out here doing me like that? Meh. I'll keep what I got for now. You love to see it. Perkaholic, baby. Oh, wow, I didn't get stamina up this game. That sucks. Chief and good? Yes, sir, I am. Man, you gotta be shitting me with this. What is with the SVG? Why does it keep wanting to give me the fucking SVG? I'll take it. Alright, I need to rack up points this round, so I guess I'm gonna use the fucking HVK for that. Yes, sir. That's last, I think. Bruh. Whack. Wow. See this bullshit, you guys? Wow. Nice. At the end of every dog round, I always take a hit. Tradition. That was a good rip. Hit the vape too. Perfect. Just what I needed. Okay. VMP. Gorgon. There it is, baby. Got it. Alright, now I'm gonna hit the box for the monkeys. Alright, now I just gotta rack up points, basically. Oh, I got him! I got the monkeys! Let's go. Alright, I got all the weapons that I'm gonna need. Now I just have to pack a punch and shit. So I just need, you know, points. I need money for that. So I'm gonna, you know, rack up points with the HVK. It's a good point gun. It's also powerful, though, which is, you know, why it's so good. It's one of my favorite guns in Black Ops 3, honestly. Keep forgetting about that since I have Mule Kick and I have 3 guns now. Alright, I'm gonna go get Pack-a-Punch unlocked this round. Well, shit. Thank you, sir. Love to see it. Oh, and I got double points for all that. Let's go. Dude, the timing on that could not have been better. Like, literally. Hell yeah. Alright, cool. Let's go pack a punch. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, my roommate just got back from the grocery store, so I had to mute everything and whatnot so he could walk by.
Grammar is often terrible. We have noticed suspicious activities in regards of your account. Real companies have entire departments dedicated to not sounding like that. If you're ever unsure about an email, don't click anything. Open a new browser window and go directly to the company's website yourself, or call them using the number on the back of your card, not any number in the email. Your multi-billion-dollar bank doesn't need you to urgently click a sketchy link. That's like Jeff Bezos asking to borrow bus fare. Number 8.
That could happen.
Start a car. So you're standing there, staring at your dead car, pretending you know what you're doing while secretly Googling how to jump a car battery. You'll need
Seriously,
jumper cables,
you don't know how to jump a
and
car
another
battery?
car
You
with a working
sad
battery.
life.
Those red and black cables aren't just festive decorations for your trunk. They're your car's defibrillator paddles. People mess this up because they start connecting cables randomly.
Which one do we took? We took the red to the black and the black to the red, right? Yeah, sure, go ahead and do that.
First. You'll know it's positive because it has a plus sign or is red. Connect the other end of that red cable to the positive terminal of the working battery. For the black cable, connect it to the negative terminal of the working battery. Now, here's the crucial part. The last black clamp does not go to the dead battery's negative terminal.
No shit.
Attach it to an unpainted metal surface on the engine block
Ground
of
it out.
the dead car. This grounds the circuit and prevents sparks near a battery that could be leaking flammable gas. Start the working car and let it run for a few minutes. Now, try to start the dead car. If it starts, congrats. You've performed car CPR. Leave it running for at least 15 minutes to let the battery charge. Don't turn it off right away and get stranded again. Once your car is running, remove the cables in the exact reverse order you put them on. The order matters, unless you want to star in your own action movie sequel, The Shocker. Number 7. How to parallel park. Parallel parking makes grown adults circle the block 17 times hoping for an easier spot. And when you finally commit, there's always an audience. It's like being on stage, except you're trying not to hit the BMW behind you while someone watches from a coffee shop window. First, pull up next to the car in front of your spot. Line up your back bumper with their back bumper. Now, cut your steering wheel hard to the right and start backing up slowly. When your car is at about a 45-degree angle to the curb, straighten your wheel. Continue backing up straight until the front of your car has cleared the back of the car in front of you. Now, turn your wheel all the way to the left and keep backing up. If you've done it right, you'll slide right in. If you've done it wrong, well, that's what insurance is for. Use your mirrors.
If you've done it right, you'll slide
Adjust
right
your
into her
passenger
pussy.
side mirror down so you can see the curb. It's a legal cheat code.
Slide right
Ignore
on
the
it.
honking cars behind you. They are just your personal cheerleading squad. And when you hear that dreaded sound of your tires scraping the curb, that's just your car's way of saying, a little to the left, buddy. Number 6. How to do your taxes. Taxes are that one thing everyone pretends to understand, but secretly Googles
Shit, ain't no
in
one pretending.
incognito mode.
This shit's easy.
They aren't optional. The IRS doesn't accept "I was too embarrassed to ask" as an excuse. Step 1. Gather all those papers you've been stuffing in random drawers. W-2s from your job, 1099s if you're a freelancer, and anything with numbers that look important. It's like a scavenger hunt where the prize is not going to jail. Step 2. Pick between tax software or a human. If your finances are simple, one job, renting an apartment, tax software like TurboTax or H&R Block is fine. It's like having a boring conversation with a robot that really wants to know about your money. But if you own a business, have investments, or inherited an ostrich farm, get a professional. Step 3. Actually doing it. If you're using software, it's mostly just answering questions. It walks you through everything like you're 5, which is exactly what most of us see. Pro tip, don't lie. The IRS has more data on you than your ex who still stalks your Instagram. If you're getting a refund, it's like finding money in your pants pocket, except it was your money all along, and the government just held it without paying interest. Tax day is usually April 15th. Mark it on your calendar, set an alarm, tattoo it on your forehead, because the only thing worse than doing your taxes is penalties for doing them late. Millions of people figure this out every year. Some of them are definitely dumber than you, so you've got
hey.
Number 5.
Can I get the bubble in the lighter?
Maybe your boss just asked you to come in on Saturday for the 5th time this month, or maybe Karen was microwaving fish in the break room. Burning bridges feels amazing for about 5 minutes. Then you realize you need a reference, and suddenly that "take this job and shove it" speech doesn't seem so clever. First,
You're not a nigga.
get another job if you can. Nothing feels better than having a safety net when you have in your notice.
Oh,
Next,
I'm sorry. I apologize to all the niggers that heard me.
Professional. No need to write a novel about how Dave's constant pen clicking drove you to insanity. Just 3 paragraphs.
You're gonna get me canceled,
Here's
dog.
your last thought. Thanks for the
I'm
opportunity.
sorry. No.
Give at least 2 weeks notice. Yes, even if you'd rather get
But
a
I
week
can't
in
help it.
and
I'm
spend another
racist. I
14
don't like
days
black
there,
people.
you need to tell your boss face to face. Schedule a meeting. When you have the talk, keep it positive. Even if this job
You're not
is a
helping.
nightmare, say something like, "I've really learned a lot here, but I found an opportunity that better aligns with my
I'm just
career
gonna shut up
goals."
now.
That sounds
Okay.
way better than, "I'd rather
What?
eat glass
I
than
heard
spend the next day
okay.
here."
Oh, I didn't hear
In
you.
the
My bad.
last 2 weeks, don't mentally check out. Document your work, train your replacement, and don't leave passive-aggressive notes everywhere. On your final day, send a nice goodbye email to your team. Then walk out with your head held high, knowing you just quit like a professional. Number 4, how to end a conversation. You're trapped. Your neighbor is telling you about his stamp collection for the 47th time, and you're nodding along like a bobblehead while secretly plotting your escape. Technique 1, the future commitment dodge. Say something like,
Weird.
"Shoot, I have to make a call in 5 minutes."
There we
You're not
go.
lying about
Blast
having to leave
furnace.
right now.
Just what I
You're just
wanted.
setting up your escape route. Technique 2, the task reminder. Suddenly, remember something you need to do. The key is to make it boring. "Oh man, I just remembered I need to reorganize my sock drawer." Works way better than, "I need to get ice cream." Nobody wants to tag along for sock drawer organization. Technique 3, the bathroom excuse. It's the nuclear option of conversation enders, because nobody will question it.
I got
It's a
shit.
get out of
I
jail
gotta
free
go.
card that society has collectively agreed to honor, but you can only use it once per conversation. Technique 4,
Well, shit.
the include and deflect. Bring someone else into the conversation, then slowly back away. "Oh, hey, Sarah, you'd love hearing about Dave's stamp collection." Then you just fade away while they're distracted. The key to all these is to seem genuinely regretful about leaving, even if inside you're celebrating like you just won the lottery. Number 3, how to tip properly. Here's the lazy person's guide to not looking like a cheapskate. For a standard restaurant bill, move the decimal point 1 spot to the left.
Duh.
That's 10%. Double it, that's 20%. Done. That's your basic tip for good service. If your bill is $47.50,
I learned
move
this
the
shit
decimal
in
left.
2nd grade.
$4.75.
God,
double it,
children, dumbasses
150.
these days.
Different
Yes.
services have different unspoken rules.
Our
Like,
generation is by far the
20%
dumbest
minimum.
generation of
The
all
bartender who
generations.
just opened a beer,
yes.
$1 per drink. Pizza
May have
delivery
mercy
guy
on
who
the
drove
planet.
through a snowstorm. Tip like he just saved your life.
But the
from
generation
service
after my
service
generation is
number
even
4.
worse.
They have a
Yeah.
mental blacklist.
The
Imagine
planet's gonna
walking
blow
into
up
your
the
favorite
time they're in
restaurant
charge.
and getting the "oh, it's you"
No worries
treatment
there.
because last time you tipped $3 on a $50 bill. And don't be that person who says, "I'll tip you more next time." That's like telling your landlord you'll pay double rent next
They're gonna
month.
think that there's
You
some
can't afford to tip.
crackpot
can't afford
fucking
to eat out.
scientist,
In many
genius,
places,
fucking chemist or
servers make
something
a
after
tip
doing
wage as low as
4 months
$2.13
of
an hour.
college
They
and
rely on
decides
tips
they're
to
gonna make a
make
meth lab
The
in their
tipping system
basement
in
and blow up
America is
half the
weird.
fucking world.
But trying to protest it by stiffing your server is like protesting high gas prices.
Yeah,
by
you didn't
yelling
make their
at the
meth there,
cashier.
buddy.
You're not
You
fighting
made the
the
hydrogen
system.
bomb.
You're just being a jerk to
Congratulations.
someone trying to do their job. Number 2, how to change a smoke detector battery. It's 3 a.m. and your smoke detector starts its dying battery chirp concert, that high-pitched cheep that happens every 30 seconds, always at night. This happens because as temperatures drop, the battery's voltage drops too, finally pushing it over the edge. First, identify which detector is chirping. This is harder than it sounds. They seem to know when you're looking at them and stay
Not
silent.
if you take hammer and smash
Get
every
a
single
proper
one of them.
stepladder.
Oh, shut
Don't
up.
balance on a wobbly chair. This isn't a circus act. Most detectors twist off their base with a gentle quarter turn counterclockwise. You don't need to rip it from the ceiling like you're fighting a face hugger from
Yes, you
Alien. Before you do anything, look for a hush or silence button. Pressing it usually buys you about 10 minutes of blessed silence while you work. Change the battery. It's almost always a 9-volt. And pop the detector back on. Also, check the date on the detector itself. They expire after about 10 years. If yours is from 2010, replacing the battery is just putting a band-aid on a mummy. It's time for a new one. To avoid this 3 a.m. ritual, just make it a habit to change your smoke detector batteries twice a year, like when the clocks change for daylight saving time. Number 1, how to write an adult email. Your subject line matters. Writing "help" with all capital letters with 3 exclamation marks, or writing "question" with 3 question marks makes you sound like you're sending an SOS from a sinking ship. Keep it short and specific. Meeting request, project update. Or question about invoice 123. The greeting is where people go full medieval or sound like they're texting their bestie. Hey is too casual for most workplaces. Dear sir or madam makes you sound
What
like
the
you're
fuck
writing
is
from the
that?
1800s. The golden rule:
Stop.
match their energy.
Uh-huh.
If they email you with hi and your name, use that back. When in doubt,
Get help.
hello and their name is your safe middle ground.
I mean,
Don't start
if you
with
want to help me.
No.
You set yourself up on that one.
Straight to the point. I'm writing to discuss, or I'm following up on, and please stop using emojis in formal work.
Come on, you know that
emails.
was good.
Your boss doesn't need to see
That
every
was
page
not what I
of
meant.
your budget
Give me
request.
props, though. That was
Assign
Yeah,
it to
yeah.
That's not to mess up. XOXO is for your mom.
Let
not your
this
manager.
man cook.
Cheers works if you're British.
No,
or in a
do
very
not let you
formal office.
cook.
Best regards.
Ever.
Sincerely.
Well, fine. I was gonna bake you a cake, but fuck you then.
Yeah, it was probably gonna be a cum cake.
Professional.
Maybe.
Comic Sans.
And
It's the clown costume.
I don't want that.
Stick to something
It
boring
would've been
like
yummy.
Ariel or Times New
I
Roman.
don't care.
Finally,
It's a cum cake.
nothing says I have poor attention
yeah.
to detail. Quite like
well,
spelling
better for
or
me.
anymore.
More for me.
That's all for
I'll eat
today.
Yeah, go ahead,
I
bro.
can eat it all.
Go ahead.
Swallow it
Subscribe
whole.
to see
You can do that. You can have it, bro. I'm good.
Thank you. I will enjoy.
Let's get right into it. Number
Every bit
10,
of it.
paying with your face. Imagine you're at the grocery
Okay,
store.
then.
Trinity, I
shoveling
need a
bags of
sample
chips,
from you, baby.
milk, and your phone's dying. You reach
You're
for
like,
your
hey,
wallet,
wait,
but it's not
wait.
there. In America, this is when you do the walk of shame back to your car. But in
I'm
China,
rethinking
they just
my
smile
idea.
at a camera and walk out with their groceries. They're literally paying with their faces. It's
A car that sees what you can't, how it should be. The Hyundai
Do-do-do-do.
Now, get the Hyundai
Do-do-do-do.
0% APR for 60 months.
Who that me knocking on my door?
Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
This grease is gonna be hard to scrub.
Nah, it'll be a wall in the park with new and improved Dawn Platinum. It removes 99% of grease and food residue.
Ooh, and with the new Easy Pour jug, there's less mess.
New Dawn Platinum.
Let's get right into it. Number 15, phone booths. There used to be 2 million phone booths in the United States. 2 million. They were on every corner, in every gas station, inside every mall, outside every dinner. Superman changed in them. Teenagers called home from them. Stranded drivers survived because of them. You could walk up to any phone booth in America, drop in a quarter, and talk to any human being on the planet. No plan, no contract, no monthly bill, no cellular dead zone. A physical, reliable, permanent communication device bolted to the ground and available to every person regardless of income, age, whether they could afford a $1,200 smartphone. By 2025, there are fewer than 100,000 payphones left in the entire country. Most of them are broken, disconnected, or converted into Wi-Fi kiosks that harvest your location data. New York City ripped out its remaining payphones and replaced them with Link NYC towers that display ads on
Alright,
massive screens.
it's time to
The
start
public
doing
telephone
the
was
strategy.
replaced by a public billboard. And
So
here's
this
what nobody
baby's
talks
gotta
about.
go bye-bye.
When phone booths disappeared, an entire safety net disappeared.
Say goodbye to the Drake
If
and
your phone
everybody.
dies, where do you make a call?
Bye.
If you lose your phone, how do you
Farewell. So
contact
long.
anyone? If
So
you can't
long,
afford a
Marco.
phone, how do you call 911? The answer used to be simple. Walk to the nearest corner. Now the answer is hope someone nearby will let you borrow their phone and hope they say yes. We traded a universal, free, accessible communication system for a personal device that costs $1,000, dies in 8 hours, and shatters when you look at it wrong. And nobody held a funeral for the phone booth. It just vanished while we were staring at the thing that replaced it. If that one already hit you somewhere unexpected, hit like and subscribe right now so you never miss content like this. Because what comes next cuts even deeper. Number 14. Water fountains in public spaces. Go walk through your nearest downtown. Count the public water fountains. You'll run out of fingers before you run out of blocks because there's probably 1 or 2, if that. In many cities, 0. Public water fountains used to be everywhere. Parks, sidewalks, government buildings, shopping centers. The idea was simple and almost embarrassingly decent. Water is a basic human need, so we should make it freely available in public spaces. Cities installed thousands of them throughout the 20th century. Then they started quietly removing them. Some cities cited maintenance costs. A public fountain costs about $500 to $1,000 per year to maintain. Others blamed concerns about hygiene, despite the fact that the water comes from the same municipal supply going to every faucet in town. Some just stopped repairing them when they broke and never replaced them. And what filled the void? A $2 to $5 bottle of water.
Easy
from every
dog
store,
round.
vending machine, and kiosk on the same blocks where fountains used to stand. The bottled water industry in the United States generates over $94 billion in revenue.
Per tradition, after every dog round, I take a hit.
Selling people something that
After
used
every
to
woof
come out
woof
of a
round?
fountain on the sidewalk. In many cases, the bottled water literally is municipal tap water.
But I just realized,
Aquafina
you're a
admitted it.
dog murderer.
Dasani admitted it. They're selling you your own.
They were zombie dogs. They were on fire. They explode.
They're still doggies.
Without asking a single
They're
question.
dead.
Number 13, gas station
Yeah, well.
attendants. If you're under 35,
What if
this
Callie
might
died
sound
and
like
someone
fiction,
came up to them
but there
and
was a
fucking
time
just
when it wasn't
blasted her
history
away?
when you
If she was a zombie, I would understand.
Oh, yeah, right. You would murder them to the end of their life.
Tire pressure.
If she was a zombie and tried to kill me, I wouldn't be too happy, and I'd have to fucking put her down.
You'd
So,
probably let her kill you.
no.
You couldn't kill her cute little furry little bushy tail.
If she was trying to kill me,
And stations marketed them as a way to save a few cents per gallon. You do the work, you get the discount. Sounded fair? Except within 2 decades, full service disappeared almost entirely and the price didn't stay low. You're now pumping your own gas. In the rain. In the freezing cold. At $3.50.
the true strategy starts now.
Free labor you're providing. New Jersey held out as the last state where pumping your own gas was literally illegal. Full service only. Residents treated it like a sacred birthright. Then in 2024, New Jersey allowed self-service at certain stations, and longtime residents reacted like someone had canceled.
Wow, that one was a tight fit.
Law until 2024. The 2 states that forced gas
Jeez.
stations to actually serve their customers had populations that overwhelmingly wanted to keep it that way. The companies didn't remove the attendants because customers asked for it. They removed them because labor costs money, and your free labor doesn't. Number 12. Free air pumps at gas stations. This one is small, but it captures the entire philosophy of modern business in one perfect example. You pull into a gas station because your tire pressure light is on. You drive up to the air pump, and there's a coin slot asking for $2 to $3 for air, the most abundant resource on the planet. They are charging you money for compressed air at a business where you just spent $50 filling your tank. Gas stations used to have free air pumps the same way they had free water and free restrooms. It was part of the service. You're a customer. Here's some air for your tires. Basic decency. Then someone did the math and realized that if you put a coin slot on the air machine, people would actually pay. Because what are your options? Drive on an underinflated tire and risk a blowout? Drive to 3 different stations hoping to find a free one? Most people just shove in the quarters and resent every second of it. Some states, including California and Connecticut, actually passed laws requiring gas stations to provide free air to paying customers. The fact that this needed to become law tells you everything about how far basic service has fallen. They took a courtesy that cost them almost nothing to provide, attached a price to it, and bet that you'd pay rather than argue.
I just realized I didn't need this fucking the points at all, really.
Recently. Go ahead, dig through the box. You'll find a warranty card nobody fills out, a safety sheet in 9 languages warning you not to eat the product, and maybe, if you're lucky, a single folded piece of paper with a QR code that says scan for setup instructions. Products used to come with actual manuals. Thick, detailed, beautifully illustrated booklets that explained every single feature of the thing you just bought. Your VCR came with a 60-page manual. Your microwave had a booklet with recipes in it. Your car came with an owner's manual thicker than a novel that explained every button, dial, and warning light in plain language. These manuals were included because the manufacturer assumed you deserved to understand the product you paid for. Now they hand you a QR code that links to a PDF on a website that may or may not still exist in 3 years. And if you don't have your phone handy, or the website is down, or the company gets acquired and the URL changes, your instructions are gone forever. Companies saved about $1 to $3 per unit by eliminating printed manuals on an $800 appliance. They couldn't spare $1 to tell you how to use the thing. Instead, you spend 45 minutes watching some random person's YouTube tutorial because the billion-dollar company that built your dishwasher couldn't be bothered to write down how it works. Number 10. Human-answered phone calls. Call any major company right now. Any one. Your bank, your airline, your insurance company, your internet provider. Here's what happens. You dial the number. An automated voice greets you. It asks you to describe your issue. You say billing question. It doesn't understand. It asks again. You say it louder. It offers you 4 options that don't match your problem. You press 0. It says that's not a valid option. You press 0 again. It redirects you to the main menu. 8 minutes later, you're on hold listening to a jazz-smooth version of a song that was never meant to be played on. Then a robot asks if you've tried.
Glad I did that now.
You scream into the phone. Eventually, if you're persistent enough and press enough random buttons, you reach a human being who asks you to verify your identity by confirming information you already entered into the automated system 6 minutes ago. There used to be phone numbers you could call and a person would answer. First ring, hello, this is Karen, how can I help you? That was it. That was the whole experience. Companies had switchboard operators. They had customer service departments staffed with actual humans whose entire job was answering the phone and solving your problem. Now companies actively hide their phone numbers. Try finding a direct customer service number for Amazon, Google, or Facebook. It's like searching for buried treasure. They want you in the chatbot. They want you in the FAQ. They want you anywhere that doesn't involve paying a human being to talk to you. They didn't improve customer service. They eliminated it and replaced it with an obstacle course designed to make you give up. Number 9. Intermissions in movies. Movies used to have intermissions. An actual pause in the middle of the film where the lights came up, you stretched your legs, used the restroom, bought more popcorn, and talked to the person next to you about what just happened. It was civilized. It was pleasant. It acknowledged that you're a human being with a bladder. Epic films like Lawrence of Arabia, Ben-Hur, and Gone with the Wind all had built-in intermissions. Even into the 1970s and 1980s, longer films would include a break. The audience expected it. The experience was designed around it. Then theaters realized something. Intermissions cost money. Every minute the movie is paused is a minute the next showing is delayed. Fewer showings per day means fewer tickets sold. And besides, if people get up and stretch, some of them might leave. Can't have that. So intermissions disappeared, and movies got longer. The average blockbuster runtime has crept up to 2.5 to 3 hours. You're sitting in a dark room for 3 hours with a $7 large soda pressing against your bladder and no socially acceptable escape. Oppenheimer was 3 hours. Killers of the Flower Moon was 3.5. Avengers Endgame was 3 hours and 2 minutes. These are films specifically designed to sell you the largest possible drink before trapping you in a seat for the length of a short domestic flight with no bathroom break. The intermission was removed so theaters could
Fucking
squeeze in
Perkaholic
more.
again.
Your comfort was traded for their scheduling efficiency, and somehow suggesting that a 3-hour movie should have a 5-minute break makes you sound unreasonable. Number 8. Free parking at hospitals. You're sick, or someone you love is sick.
Thank
You
you.
drive to the hospital because that's where sick people go. And before you even walk through the doors to deal with what might be the most stressful experience of your life, you have to pay for parking. Hospital parking in major U.S. cities costs $5 to $50 per visit. Some hospitals charge $20 to $30 per day. If you're visiting a family member during a week-long hospital stay, you're looking at $100 to $200 just for the privilege of parking your car while watching someone you love recover from surgery. Hospitals used to have free parking because the idea of charging people money to access emergency medical care was considered, accurately, to be morally obscene. Then hospitals privatized their parking operations, leasing their lots to parking management companies that exist solely to maximize revenue per space. Some hospitals now charge employees for parking too. Nurses making $60,000 a year, paying $200 a month to park at the building where they save lives. That's $2,400 a year to go to work at a hospital. The justification is always the same. Maintenance costs, infrastructure, demand management. But the math exposes the motive. Major hospital systems generate millions of dollars annually from parking fees. Cleveland Clinic, Johns Hopkins, Mayo Clinic. These are institutions with billion-dollar endowments charging cancer patients $25 to park. You're already paying $3,000 for an MRI. The $15 parking fee is just the insult after the injury. Literally. Number 7. Local news that wasn't built on fear. Turn on your local evening news tonight. Here's what you'll see. A shooting. A car crash. A house fire. A scam targeting seniors. A dangerous weather event. An update on inflation, and then a 30-second story about a dog that was rescued from a well to make you feel okay about everything you just watched. Local news used to cover local things. City council meetings, school board decisions, new businesses opening, community events, high school sports, actual information about the place where you live. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't always exciting, but it was useful. You watched the news and learned something about your neighborhood. Then local stations discovered that fear gets better ratings than information. Studies showed that crime coverage, disaster coverage, and health scares kept viewers glued to the screen. The amygdala, the fear center of your brain, responds to threats by demanding more information. Your brain literally cannot look away from danger. So local news became a nightly horror show about the worst things happening within a 50-mile radius. Crime coverage on local news increased by over 50% between 1990 and 2020, even as actual crime rates dropped significantly during the same period. Your city got safer, your news got scarier, and here's the business model. Scared viewers keep watching.
Nice. Another dog round, another hit.
Spark something beautiful. Kate Spade. New Tide Evo, the new laundry detergent that works like a real laundry magic.
We were able to use Google Ads geotargeting to tap into major US cities. Overall, we were getting a 15 times return on ad spend. Google Ads helped us grow globally.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra. Something. And maybe you got it too.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Get supplier discount for everyone pricing for over $8,300 in total value on this 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500. Plus, Costco executive members can get a $12.50 members only incentive.
Watching viewers see ads. Ads generate revenue. Your anxiety is the product being sold to advertisers. The news isn't informing you. It's activating your fear response to keep your eyes on screen long enough to sell you a mattress commercial. Meanwhile, your city council made a decision last Tuesday that actually affects your property taxes, but nobody covered it because it wasn't terrifying enough to hold your attention. Number 6, real customer service that actually served you. This is bigger than just phone calls. It's the entire concept of being served as a customer. You used to walk into a bank and a human being would handle your transaction. Now there's a row of ATMs and one teller behind a desk who's also trying to sell you a credit card. You used to check into a hotel and a person at the front desk handed you a key. Now there's a kiosk with a touchscreen. You used to go through a checkout line where a cashier scanned your items, bagged them, and maybe even asked about your day. Now you're scanning your own groceries at a self-checkout machine that accuses you of stealing every third item. Unexpected item in the bagging area. No, that's my bread. I put bread in the bag. That is extremely expected. Companies have systematically replaced human service with machines, apps, and kiosks, and every single time they framed it as innovation. Self-checkout is faster, mobile check-in is more convenient, digital banking is easier, except it isn't faster, more convenient, or easier. It's just cheaper for them. Self-checkout didn't eliminate the labor. It transferred the labor to you. You are now an unpaid employee of every store you shop at. You scan the items, you bag the items, you troubleshoot the machine when it freezes, you do everything a cashier used to do, except you don't get a paycheck and the prices didn't go down. The grocery store eliminated 8 cashier positions, saved $300,000 in year-end wages, and you're standing there trying to find the PO code for avocados at 9 p.m. on Tuesday. You're not the customer anymore. You're the staff. Number 5, pensions. Your grandparents worked at a company for 30 years and retired with a pension, a guaranteed monthly payment for the rest of their lives. The company invested the money, managed the risk, and made sure your grandfather got a check every month until he died. Your grandmother kept getting it after that. That system is essentially gone. In 1980, about 38% of private sector workers had a pension plan. By 2023, that number had dropped below 15%, and most of those are in unionized industries or government jobs. For the average American worker in the private sector, pensions are extinct. What replaced them? The 401k, which wasn't even designed to be a retirement plan. The 401k was created by a benefits consultant in 1980 who found a loophole in the tax code that allowed executives to defer compensation into tax-sheltered accounts. It was a perk for rich people. Somehow it became the entire retirement system for 100 million American workers. Here's the fundamental difference. A pension guarantees you income for life. A 401k guarantees you nothing. You contribute the money, you choose the investments, you absorb the risk. If the stock market crashes the year you retire, that's your problem. If you didn't save enough, that's your problem. If you live longer than expected and the money runs out, that's your problem. Companies used to bear the risk of funding your retirement. Now you bear all of it. And they framed this as empowerment. You're in control of your financial future. Translation: we're no longer responsible for whether you can afford to eat when you're 75. The average 401k balance for Americans aged 55 to 64 is about $200,000. That sounds like a lot until you realize that $200,000 generates roughly $8,000 to $10,000 per year in sustainable retirement income. Try living on $800 a month. Your grandparents didn't have to. Number 4. Affordable starter homes. In 1970, the median home price in the United States was $23,000. The median household income was $9,870. That means a home cost about 2.3 times the annual household income. A young couple with decent jobs and modest savings could buy a house in their mid-20s, build equity, and own their home outright by the time their kids started college. In 2025, the median home price is approximately $420,000.
Well, that was oddly
The median
convenient.
household income is about $80,000. The home now costs 5.25 times the annual household income. That ratio has more than doubled, and that's the median. In cities where the jobs actually are, the ratio is far worse. In Los Angeles, it's over 10 to 1. In San Francisco, over 12 to 1. The starter home, that modest 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house in a decent neighborhood that every previous generation used as their first step into homeownership, has effectively been priced out of existence for most young Americans. And it's not because young people are lazy, eat too much avocado toast, or don't work hard enough. Average rent for a 1-bedroom apartment in the US is now over $1,500 per month. That's $18,000 a year just for shelter. If you're making $50,000 a year before taxes, over 40% of your take-home pay goes to rent alone. Now try saving for a 20% down payment on a $400,000
Almost died there.
house. That's
That would have been bad.
$84,000 at a savings rate of $500 a month, which is optimistic for most renters. That takes 14 years. Previous generations didn't have more discipline. They had better math. Number 3, single-income households. In the 1950s and 1960s, one person could work a regular job, a factory job, a sales job, a trade job, and support a family of 4. Pay the mortgage, buy a car, put food on the table, maybe take a vacation once a year. One income, one job, a whole family fed and housed. Today, in most American households, both adults work full-time and still feel like they're barely keeping up. The dual-income household went from being an option to being a requirement, not because people wanted it, but because the cost of everything outran the growth of wages so dramatically that one income simply can't cover what it used to cover. In 1965, the average American worker earned about $25 per hour in today's dollars. In 2025, the average American worker earns about $29 per hour. Wages have increased roughly 16% in 60 years. During that same period, housing costs increased over 200%. Healthcare costs increased over 300%. Education costs increased over 400%. The second income didn't raise the family's standard of living. It maintained it. Both parents now work to afford what one parent's salary covered 2 generations ago. And they also pay for childcare, which didn't used to be an expense because one parent was home. Average childcare in the US now costs $12,000 to $22,000 per year. In some states, it costs more than college tuition. So the second income goes to work to afford the childcare required by the first income going to work. You're paying someone else to raise your kids so you can earn money to pay someone else to raise your kids. That's not progress, that's a treadmill. Number 2, full service anything. There used to be a philosophy in American business that if you were paying for something, someone would help you with it.
Another dog round, another hit.
Think bigger. You book a flight online, you check in online, you print your boarding pass or add it to your phone, you check your own bag at a kiosk, you scan your own boarding pass at the gate, you find your own seat. If your flight is canceled, you rebook yourself on the app because the customer service line has a 4-hour wait. You have done the job of a travel agent, a check-in clerk, a gate agent, and a customer service representative. Your ticket costs $400. You go to a furniture store. You find the item yourself in a warehouse the size of an airplane hangar. You pull it off the shelf yourself. You load it onto a cart yourself. You drive it home yourself. You carry it upstairs yourself. You open a box containing 47 pieces and an Allen wrench. You assemble it yourself over 3 hours using instructions that look like they were drawn during an earthquake. You have done the job of a salesperson, a warehouse worker, a delivery driver, and a furniture assembler. The bookshelf cost $180 and one of the shelves is already slightly crooked. Every industry has quietly transferred labor from paid employees to unpaid customers. Banks did it with ATMs. Grocery stores did it with self-checkout. Airlines did it with apps. Restaurants are doing it with QR code menus and tablet ordering. The service economy eliminated the service part and kept the economy part. You pay the same prices, sometimes higher, and do more of the work yourself than at any point in consumer history. They fired the employees, kept your money, and handed you the mop. Number 1. The middle class as we knew it. This is the big one, the one that connects everything else on this list. Because phone booths didn't just disappear. Water fountains didn't just vanish. Pensions, starter homes, single-income families, full-service, human-answered phone calls, none of these things individually destroyed anything, but together they tell the story of a classic...
No fucking way, dude. Really? That's such bullshit.
61% of American adults lived in middle-class households. By 2023, that number had dropped to about 50%, and the ones who fell didn't fall up. The middle class didn't disappear because everyone got rich. It shrank because the floor dropped out. The cost of the 5 pillars of middle-class life, housing, healthcare, education, childcare, and retirement, has grown 2 to 4 times faster than wages for 5 consecutive decades. The math isn't complicated. When everything costs more and paychecks stay roughly the same, people slide down, slowly, quietly, without a single dramatic event they can point to and say, that's when it happened. There was no announcement, no press conference, no single policy or company decision you can blame. It was 1,000 small erosions over 50 years. A pension replaced by a 401k, a free service replaced by a fee, a human replaced by a machine, a middle-class salary replaced by 2 jobs that still don't cover the bills. The American middle class was the most successful economic achievement in modern history.
Are you fucking kidding me?
With stable jobs, owned homes,
It gives me every fucking gobblegum except for the one that I need. What the fuck is that shit?
It wasn't perfect. It wasn't available to everyone equally.
Really, game?
People inside it, it worked, and it didn't collapse. It was disassembled, one piece at a time, so slowly that nobody organized a
That's
protest.
how we're gonna play
Each
this.
individual change was small enough to shrug off. Parking at the hospital costs money now? Fine. No more pension? I'll figure it out. 2 incomes to survive? That's just how it is. Can't buy a house? I'll rent. Each concession felt minor. But stack 50 years of minor concessions on top of each other, and you get a generation that works harder than their grandparents, earns more in raw dollars, and can afford less in real life. Everything on this list is a symptom of the same disease. The slow, quiet transfer of cost, labor, and risk from institutions to individuals, from companies to customers, from employers to employees, from the system to you. They didn't take these things away in one dramatic swoop. They removed them one at a time, spaced years apart. Each change small enough that complaining about it felt petty, and by the time you look up and realize what's missing, it's been gone so long that most people don't even remember it existed. So which one of these hit you the hardest? Which disappearance do you feel in your daily life and never had the words for until right now? Tell me in the comments, because I know this list barely scratched the surface and I want to know what I missed. And if you want to see the things companies deliberately removed from your products and sold back to you as premium upgrades, that video is playing right now. That's all for today. I'll be making similar videos in the future. Subscribe to see them.
Blue Chew Gold is a staple in my house. Why? Because they really work. So Blue Chew Gold works because it actually targets the brain. It combines apomorphine and oxytocin, which play a significant role in sexual function. The frustration that amounts from trying so many other things can be heartbreaking. And it can really take a toll on your relationship, right? So you're married and ED meds didn't work for your husband, then you know how that feels. In fact, I started blaming myself, but really, it was the old school pills that weren't.
Oh my god.
Antarctica is one of the most disturbing places on Earth. I made a video a while ago about the horrors of the deep
Thank you.
ocean.
Finally. God damn.
To that, if you've seen that one. I'm gonna talk about
Ooh.
the scary parts of Antarctica.
This game was about to be chalked if I didn't get that.
Historical moments to weird Antarctic biology and life to some Antarctic mystery.
Porto, Portugal, Friday, December 5th, 9. The business goes bankrupt before Artur turns 10. He watches his father shrink. In Lisbon in 1906, a man who cannot pay his debts is not just broke, he is disgraced. Two men from the bank come to the house. They put papers on the table. They leave without once looking at his father. His father signs them. He does not speak for the rest of the day. Artur is 10 years old. He is in the doorway. Nobody tells him to leave. There is a man 2 streets over, his father's brother, who holds a post at the municipal registrar's office. He is not smarter. He earns less. He had debts the previous year too, but when his creditors came, they came with their hat in their hand. Nobody arrived at his door and put papers on a table. Nobody left without looking
Ooh,
at
that
him.
one was
He has a title.
close.
His name is on official documents. His signature is on forms the city processes. The system protects what the system recognizes. The lesson he takes is not work hard, it is sharper. The world does not punish people for lacking money. It punishes them for losing the paperwork of legitimacy. The stamps, the signatures, the creditor's documents that say what a man is worth. Those documents are real. Everything else is negotiable. His father had a business. He lost the documents. The documents were the thing. He grows up with one conviction. In this world, there are victors and vanquished. His father was vanquished, not by poverty, but by a system whose language he could not speak. Artur has already decided which one he is going to be. And what he actually wants is not money, legitimacy. A position inside the system so secure that no creditor, no bankruptcy, no man in a suit who doesn't look at you can ever reach him. By 1916, he is 20 years old. Portugal still has a colonial empire. Angola is a territory full of opportunity.
Say what?
If you have the right credentials.
Talking to the TV.
He doesn't have any, so he makes some. He sits down and creates a diploma.
I'm really
from the
gonna need some fucking
Polytechnic
ammo
School of
soon.
Engineering of Oxford
That's gonna be a
University.
problem.
The institution does not exist. He fills it with subjects spanning geology, metallurgy, pure mathematics, applied mechanics, paleography, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering. He takes it to a notary's office in Sintra. The official stamps it without reading it. He does not experience this as fraud. He experiences it as correction. The system values paper over competence. He has the competence. He is providing the paper the system requires. Artur Reis arrives in Angola in 1916, carrying a diploma from a university that does not exist. Within months, he is the chief engineer of the Department of Public Works, almost like a regular career. Angola in 1916 is vast and mostly unmapped. Luanda sits on the Atlantic coast. White colonial buildings, jacaranda trees, red dust, salt water. Beyond the city, the interior stretches for hundreds of miles without paved roads, without rail connections, without bridges over the rivers that cut the plateau. The Portuguese colonial administration has been promising to build them for decades. Artur builds them. He oversees labor teams, negotiates construction contracts, manages supply chains of timber and iron. He surveys routes through scrub forest. He is genuinely competent. The diploma was false. The engineering instinct is real. By 1918, he runs a private construction firm alongside his government post. His name appears in colonial correspondence as a reliable operator who delivers on time. He has, from the outside, a career. But the work that shapes him is not the construction. It is the paperwork. To get a road
Shit's
approved,
looking bad,
Regional
boys.
Governor's Office, Department of Public
Wait.
Works,
Oh
National
no, is this
Colonies,
the end of the round?
Finance Office, Legal Review Board, back to the Regional Governor. 6 stamps, every form different, every signature in a specific sequence. Miss one
There we
step,
go.
and the chain restarts from the beginning. For 6 years, this is Artur's daily life. He drowns in official paper, not as an observer, but as a practitioner. He learns the exact language of authoritative documents.
Okay,
The
I'll take
weight
it.
of the paper,
Oh, and that was a
the
dog
variety of
round
stamps,
too.
which
Wow.
offices read carefully and which ones rubber stamp. He learns that most of them rubber stamp. And he notices something he will never forget. The system does not check facts. It checks forms. Nobody in Lisbon verifies the road actually exists. They verify the report has the right stamps. If it does, the payment is released. The stamp is more real than the road. He also sees something else in Angola.
Another dog round, another hit.
Starved of capital. Roads that should have been built 20 years ago have not been built. Railways that could open the interior sit as incomplete surveys. The Portuguese government has neither the money nor the will. Millions of people live in a territory that could be developed if someone would simply fund it. He files all of this away. In 1922, an opportunity arrives. The Mbaka Railway, formerly the Royal Trans-African Railway Company of Angola, is struggling. Its lines are incomplete. Its shares trade below the value of its physical
Oh yeah, that
assets.
reminds me.
He needs money he does not have, so he invents it from time. He opens an account with a New York bank. He writes a large check on that account, payable to the sellers of the Mbaka shares. In 1922, a check from New York takes 8 days to physically travel across the Atlantic and clear. He uses those 8 days to take control of the company, access its cash reserves, and wire the company's own money to New York to cover the check before it arrives. He buys the company with its own money. There is no other money in the transaction. For a moment, it works. He owns a railway. But the timing doesn't hold. The reserves are thinner than he calculated. The transfers don't all reach New York before the checks arrive. The bank flags the overdraft. The fraud unravels. Artur Reis is arrested in Porto in July 1924. Embezzlement and fraud. He is 27 years old. He is not broken. He is recalibrating. The gap he identified between when money moves and when information about money moves is real. The railway was just the wrong scale. He needs a bigger gap. One measured not in 8 days, but in months. One where the institution on the other side is not a New York bank, but something far more fundamental. He is about to find one. Most men in prison retreat. They sleep. They wait. They think about getting out. Artur studies. He requests access to the prison library and reads everything he can find about the Bank of Portugal, its statutes, its legislation, its history, its operating procedures. He is not reading to understand banking. He is reading to find the flaw. He finds something. The Bank of Portugal holds an exclusive contract with a British firm called Waterloo and Sons to print its high-denomination banknotes. The bank itself has no printing capability. The plates, the paper, the security ink, all of it lives in a building in London. When Portugal needs more currency, it sends an authorized request to Waterloo. Waterloo prints the notes and ships them to Lisbon. He reads this 3 times. He sets the book down. He takes out a 500 escudo note from his pocket. Purple ink on tan paper. Waterloo and Sons. He looks at the governor's signature on the face of it. He looks at the page. He looks at the note again. He puts it back. There is something in that chain between the institution that authorizes and the machine that produces. He cannot see the full shape of it yet, but he recognizes it from 6 years of colonial paperwork. A gap between what the system assumes and what the system actually checks. He calculates. He concludes that around 300 million escudos could be inserted into the Portuguese economy without disrupting the central banking mechanism. Enough to fund Angola's development. Enough to open a bank. Enough, if invested quietly, over months, to acquire a controlling stake in the Bank of Portugal itself. That is the plan. Not the printing. Not the money. The bank. His father was destroyed by a financial system he couldn't control. Artur is going to own the system. He closes the book. He knows exactly where the gap is. He is the only person alive who has just spent 6 years learning how to fill it. He is released in late 1924. He needs a team. He knows where to find them.
financial plan still supports you and Eric's favorite causes and can help keep you on the right track to becoming retired, Eric. You're gonna love it.
Plan your finances for the people, causes, and communities you love with Thrivent, where money means more.
Now this is some seriously athletic stuff, while this is a little more athletic-ish. And at Sierra, we love it all, whether you're going real...
It got stuck in the branch that it was growing on, and then it also has a line from where it was.
He boards a train north. Outside the window, Lisbon. Charcoal fires and river fog rolling off the Tagus. The Avenida da Liberdade. Trams clattering past newspaper kiosks full of the latest crisis. The Portuguese First Republic is 16 years old. 45 governments. 9 presidents. 25 uprisings. Between 1920 and 1925, 325 reported bomb incidents in Lisbon alone. This is not a state. It is a state-shaped object. The Bank of Portugal is a private company with a government monopoly on issuing currency. It acts as the state's agent, but does not fully answer to the state. The escudo has fallen from 7 to the pound to 127 in 5 years. The currency is a fiction the population has stopped questioning. Here is the thing about institutional trust in a country like this. It is not based on verification. It is based on fatigue. People accept official documents because checking them requires effort. A notary stamps things without reading them. An embassy validates a stamp without verifying the original. A bank manager in London accepts certified documents from a respectable intermediary. Each link trusts the previous link. No one designed the chain. It is not a security system, it is an etiquette system. And etiquette is observed until someone decides not to. The stamp is not a symbol of verification. The stamp is the verification. He has something better than money. Existing relationships from the Mbaka years. During the railway period, Artur made several trips to The Hague to find Dutch investors for colonial Angola. The Netherlands had deep commercial ties to West Africa through Liberian trading networks. In those trips, he met Karel Maring van Isleveer, a Dutch trader who holds an honorary Liberian consular passport, a credential that grants travel exemptions and customs privileges across European borders. Maring operates in the gray zone between legitimate commerce and creative arrangement. He and Artur understood each other quickly. Artur writes to Maring from Lisbon before he boards. Brief. I have a classified government contract. Substantial commission. Can we meet? Maring says yes. Artur sits across from Maring in a hotel room in The Hague. He tells him this. The Bank of Portugal needs to print new banknotes for Angola's economic development. The political situation makes it impossible to go through Parliament. Opposition parties would weaponize it. The operation must run through private intermediaries, using authorized documentation. The notes will be marked Angola upon arrival in Lisbon. Maring's Liberian passport gives him access a Portuguese national cannot have. His commission will be significant. He is not lying about the motive. He genuinely believes this is what he is doing. He is telling Maring a story that is also, in his own account, entirely true. Maring looks at the documents on the table. The letterhead looks Portuguese. The stamps look notarial. He asks one question. What is the commission? Artur tells him. Maring says yes. Now, the diplomat. In The Hague's Portuguese social circles, Artur finds José Bandeira. His brother Enrique is the Portuguese minister to the Netherlands, the equivalent of an ambassador. José is a minor businessman, unremarkable, but he carries the name. Artur doesn't need José's skills. He needs the inference. One Bandeira brother implies knowledge somewhere in the diplomatic mission. He cultivates José over several weeks. Dinners, conversations about Angola, about Portugal's obligation to its colonies. José signs a few documents, makes a few introductions. He never fully grasps what he has joined. The third piece is Adolf Hennies. Maring brings him to dinner in The Hague, a quiet restaurant in the diplomatic quarter. Hennies is a German national, compact, precise, a man who survived the war with a transit network across every major European border. Over the meal, Artur outlines the operation in general terms. Physical packages between London and Lisbon. Significant value. Complete discretion required. Hennies listens, then asks one question. What kind of material? Artur says, paper. Hennies nods. He can do it. He asks nothing else. That is his entire value. By December 1924, the team is assembled. Now Artur needs to build the document. The contract is between the Governor General of Angola and the Bank of Portugal. It authorizes the printing of 100 million escudos in new 500 escudo notes for the economic development of the Angolan colony. The operation is classified. It must bypass standard parliamentary procedure. The notes will be overprinted Angola upon arrival in Lisbon. Every word of this document is false. This is the lock he is picking. Two weaknesses in the Bank of Portugal's printing system. Authorization is documentary. Waterloo fills orders based on paperwork, no phone call, no verification call. And there is no central registry of serial numbers. Notes tracked locally, by branch, never cross-referenced nationally. A duplicate circulates undetected. Before he builds it, Artur makes one deliberate choice. Two 500 escudo series are in circulation. The Explorer series, featuring navigator Vasco da Gama, and the Poet series, featuring Luis de Camões. He selects the Explorer. A note about colonial development should carry the face of the man who sailed to Africa. The story must be internally coherent. The coherence is part of the document. Now, the authentication layer. Step 1. The signature. He takes a 500 escudo note from his wallet. The printed signature of the Bank of Portugal's governor appears on every note in circulation, reproduced on millions of pieces of paper in daily use. Artur places tracing paper over it. He copies it. He practices until he can reproduce it freehand. 2 days. Step 2. The contract. He writes it in the correct, formal Portuguese legal language he absorbed in prison, reading the bank's own statutes. Right headings, right clauses, right register, typed on paper of appropriate weight. Step 3. The notarial seal. He takes the contract to a notary's assistant in Lisbon, not the chief notary.
Oh, nice timing.
Presents it as a classified colonial financial matter that cannot be disclosed. The assistant stamps it without reading it. 15 minutes. Step 4. The chain. He takes the notarized document to the British consulate. They validate the notarial stamp and add a British seal. Then to the French embassy. They validate the British seal. Then to the German embassy.
Alright.
They validate
another dog round, another hit, but also I'm going to make some coffee real quick.
Each link validates what came before it, and what came before it looked fine. Step 5. The Frankenstein. He takes a razor blade. He cuts authentic official stamps from real government documents he accumulated across 6 years in colonial administration. He attaches them to the contract with tape and sealing wax. The stamps are genuinely real. Only the document beneath them is false. The researchers who later study this case call it a Frankenstein document, a creature assembled from genuine parts that has never been alive. What Artur is holding looks more authoritative than most authentic documents. Every official who examines it sees the previous official's validation. Nobody is the first link. Everyone is the fourth. And by the fourth link, nobody reads the underlying text. They read the chain. In December 1924, Karl Marang travels to London. He carries a letter of introduction from the respected Dutch firm Joh Enschede and requests a meeting with Sir William Waterloo, director of Waterloo & Sons, printers of stamps, passports, and currency for more than 40 governments, printers of the Bank of Portugal's banknotes. The meeting is December 4th, 1924. Marang arrives. He explains the situation. Portugal requires a confidential batch of 500 escudo notes for colonial development. The political situation demands discretion. He produces the documents. Sir William examines them. The Portuguese embassy stamps are present. The notarial certification is present. The signatures match the notes already in circulation. He does not contact the Bank of Portugal to confirm. He does not ask why a private intermediary is collecting sovereign currency. He accepts the order. One obstacle remains: serial numbers. Waterloo cannot print new notes without assigning them numbers. If they print numbers already issued, the duplication will surface. Artur's solution is almost elegant. He provides Waterloo with a list of serial numbers already in circulation, taken from genuine notes in his pocket. He tells them these new notes will receive an Angola overprint upon arrival in Lisbon, distinguishing them from mainland currency. Mainland duplicates will never cause confusion in the colony. Waterloo accepts this. The presses start. Between February and November 1925, Waterloo & Sons produces 580,000 banknotes in the 500 Escudo Vasco da Gama series. The same paper, the same ink, the same original plates. These notes are, in the only sense the financial system knows how to measure, completely real. Total face value, 290 million escudos, approximately 3 million pounds sterling, nearly 1% of Portugal's gross domestic product, almost half of all 500 escudo notes in the country. Artur has not printed some money. He has nearly doubled a denomination. Now the money has to move. Waterloo prints in batches. After each batch, Meringue comes to the London offices, presents his Liberian consular documents, and collects bundles of freshly printed Portuguese sovereign currency. He puts them in ordinary suitcases and locks them in the left luggage lockers at Liverpool Street Station, a commuter terminus where office workers store umbrellas and overcoats. Then he crosses the channel. At every border, the Liberian consular passport is his shield. Diplomatic credentials mean no customs inspection. He enters Portugal without declaring the contents of his luggage. Not once. For larger shipments, Jose Bandeira uses the Portuguese diplomatic mail pouch, sealed, uninspected, under diplomatic convention. Sovereign currency enters Portugal as diplomatic correspondence. The money reaches Artur. He builds the infrastructure to deploy it. June 1925, Lisbon. A new bank opens on Rua da Conceição, the Banco de Angola e Metropole, founded and directed by Artur Alves dos Reis. Its stated capital comes from the Dutch Consortium, the fiction assembled in The Hague. In practice, it is the mechanism for converting 290 million escudos of unauthorized currency into circulating economic reality. The bank offers mortgage loans at rates 3 times lower than any established Portuguese institution. Credit in 1925 Portugal is expensive, scarce, and almost exclusively available to people who already have money. The Banco de Angola e Metropole offers it to everyone else. In Luanda, people speak of him as a savior, a Portuguese Cecil Rhodes. This is not performance. This is what he tells himself he is. He is not a thief. He is a developer who identified that Portugal's colonies were drowning in underfunding and took it upon himself to fix it. The money is technically unauthorized, but that is a detail he will resolve the moment he controls the institution that authorized it. From his personal share, a palace in Lisbon's Avenidas Novas, the Menino de Oro, the Golden Boy, a fleet of taxicabs. He is performing wealth, because performed wealth is the prerequisite for the next move. He is 28 years old. He is not finished. The plan has a final phase, designed in prison before he wrote a single word of the contract. Artur Reis begins secretly purchasing shares in the Bank of Portugal. If he becomes a controlling shareholder, the institution supposed to be verifying his currency, he becomes the bank. The unauthorized notes are retroactively authorized. The duplicate serial numbers become a clerical anomaly, quietly corrected. The crime disappears not because he destroyed the evidence, but because he becomes the institution that decides what counts as evidence. It is the only exit from the scheme that does not end in a cell. The Bank of Portugal has 45,000 voting shares. A majority requires 22,501. He acquires through intermediaries, through the Banco de Angola e Metropole, through cross-ownership structures. By November 1925, he holds approximately 10,000 shares. He needs 22,501. He is less than halfway. He is moving fast. Too fast, but there is no slower gear. Small things are going wrong at the edges. A currency exchange in Porto flags a transfer. An intermediary reports that someone inside the Bank of Portugal has been asking which parties recently acquired large blocks of its shares. Artur increases his acquisition rate. More brokers, more layers. He needs 12,501 more shares and has weeks, maybe less. Every purchase brings him closer to the exit and makes him more visible. By October 1925, the Lisbon newspaper, O Século, has been watching the Banco de Angola e Metrópole for months. The bank is new. It has almost no deposit base, no history. And yet it lends at rates established banks cannot match. That is not how banks work. That is how banks fail. The paper assigns its best reporters. There is something else. One of the bank's senior figures is Adolf Hennies, with murky connections to intelligence circles. In the paranoid atmosphere of 1920s Portugal, this generates a specific and dangerous headline, that a foreign power is attempting to seize Portuguese colonial assets through a private bank. The story is wrong about the motive. It is right about the mechanism. On December 5th, 1925, O Século publishes O País em Crise, the country in crisis. The same day, in a currency exchange in Porto, a cashier holds two 500 escudo notes with identical serial numbers. He calls his manager.
Domino's best deal ever gets you any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99.
Pick the brand with over 150,000 five-star reviews. By Native.
Longing for lazy summer days in Santorini or a dreamy drive down the Blue Ridge Parkway in the fall? With an annual plan from Allianz Travel Insurance, you can choose both. Be ready to go year-round, whenever Wanderlust strikes.
How do we stop it?
We need someone who can code in COBOL.
What's COBOL?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. Indeed can help you get it right the first time. Sponsor your job on Indeed and get matched with quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/hire now.
Allergies are relentless. A stroll in the park? Unbearable. A playdate with your dogs? Ruined. When allergies throw a sucker punch, Claritin D doesn't just fight back, it punches back harder. Get fast, powerful relief of your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion, so you can get back to owning your day. Claritin clears.
The Bank of Portugal sends Inspector João Teixeira de Reito to Porto on December 5th, 1925. He is methodical. He pulls notes from cash drawers, organizes them by serial number, checks against records. What he is doing, manually cross-referencing numbers across branches, is not standard procedure. The Bank of Portugal has no central registry. Every branch has always kept its own ledger. Notes are verified by appearance, not by number. Nobody has ever compared them against a unified list. This is the gap. The one Artur identified in that prison library. The gap between what the system assumes and what the system actually checks. It does not take long. The duplicates are everywhere. Not in ones and twos, but in hundreds. Both physically real. Both printing perfect. Inspector de Reito requests the accounts of the Banco de Angola e Metrópole and finds cash reserves that cannot be explained by any legitimate deposit base. December 6, 1925. The Bank of Portugal orders all its branches nationwide to sort holdings by serial number. By afternoon, the picture is complete. Nearly half of all 500 escudo notes in Portugal are duplicates. The monetary base of the country has been tampered with for almost a year. The Bank of Portugal faces an impossible choice. Declare the notes counterfeit. Every ordinary Portuguese who holds them loses their savings. The population riots. The First Republic does not survive the week. Declare the notes valid. The bank absorbs 290 million escudos of unauthorized debt, wipes out its own capital, requires an immediate government rescue. It chooses the second option. All 500 escudo notes are to be withdrawn and exchanged for a new issue. Queues form outside every bank in Lisbon before the doors open. Meanwhile, the police are moving. Our tour race is on a ship. The vessel is the Adolf Warman, a German steamer. He is on the passenger manifest as a traveler bound for Africa. Whether he is fleeing or traveling on scheduled business, we don't know. He is in his cabin, at sea, when the arrest party boards. December 6, 1925. Portuguese authorities take him into custody. He is brought back to Lisbon. When investigators reach the offices of the Banco de Angola e Metropole, they find something remarkable. No coded communications, no hidden ledgers. The records of the scheme are right there, complete, detailed, in Artur's own handwriting. He had not planned for discovery. He had planned to become the Bank of Portugal before discovery was possible. Convicted in 1930, serves 15 years, gets out in 1945, dies 10 years later, broke and forgotten. The Bank of Portugal sues Waterloo and Sons. Britain's highest court rules. A fake note is a promise. Honor a fake one with a real one, and it costs real money. Damages, £610,392. Their reputation is gone, absorbed by a competitor in 1961. Portugal's government was already collapsing. 45 governments in 16 years. A currency nobody trusted. Then, one man secretly printed nearly half of its most valuable banknote, and nobody noticed for almost a year. A government that cannot protect its own money cannot govern. 6 months after the arrest, a military coup. They find Salazar. He never leaves. His regime lasts 41 years. Artur spent his final years under the dictatorship his scheme helped create. Poor, forgotten. He had wanted to own the system. Instead, he broke it. Something worse moved into the gap. He did not steal Portugal's money. He made it. The only thing missing was the permission. Every government that prints currency is doing exactly what Artur did, manufacturing paper and asking you to believe it has value. The only difference between his note and a legitimate one was not the paper, the ink, or the plate. It was who held the stamp. He was 12,501 shares short of being the one who held it.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. Like, we have a very large code base and we have a lot of contributors and we've got some controlled chaos going on. But here, I'm asking Codex to look at the last day of commits into this section of our mod repo and basically like group them, tell me who worked on what got done, what do I need to know about. And so I wake up in the morning with almost like a, if you've used ChatGPT Pulse, it's like a personalized pulse. I open the app in the morning and sitting there is like, here's what happened yesterday in the code base.
Before I started using Farmer's Dog, I would fill my dog's bowls up with dry kibble in the morning, and they just kind of walk by and pick at it all day. After we switched to Farmer's Dog, they cannot wait to eat.
My golden retriever is
that's
6
good
years old,
timing.
but the way she used to act, you would think that she was 5 years old. Switched to a Farmer's Dog, and her energy levels up because I know she's getting the nutrients she needs. Farmer's Dog is human grade beef, chicken, turkey, vegetables, all that. And is crafted by board-certified nutritionists.
Starting as low as $2 a day.
I always thought it was going to be so expensive, but it really isn't too bad. They've delivered over 1 billion meals since they started. That's billion with the beef.
Jolene and I recommend Farmer's Dog. I promise you won't regret it.
August 1989. A Secret Service team
All right,
presses
another round, another hit.
examining a $100 bill seized in Manila. Every test says genuine, but something gnaws at him. He cranks magnification to 400 times and his stomach drops. The bill isn't flawed, it's too perfect. Someone fixed imperfections the Treasury deliberately leaves in. This counterfeit is better than real money. Thousands of identical bills have already flooded the global economy. Irish banks will soon refuse $100 bills entirely. And the man behind it? Not a master engraver or a chemist. a 60-year-old who walked into North Korea and walked out with a license to print American money. The U.S. will spend hundreds of millions redesigning its currency to stop him. He'll never spend a day in prison. How did one man counterfeit trust itself? And why couldn't America's superpower touch him? Dublin, 1988. Sean Garland has a problem that no amount of revolutionary fervor can solve. He's running out of money. As president of the Workers' Party of Ireland, a Marxist organization that splintered from the IRA, he commands a network of operatives across Europe. Running that network costs money. Guns cost money, and safe houses cost money. Printing presses for propaganda, bribes to customs officials, travel documents for men who can't use their real names. All of it costs money. For years, the Soviet Union bankrolled everything, funneling over £1 million Irish pounds through Moscow front companies. But the USSR is collapsing. Garland's Kremlin contacts have stopped answering calls. The pipeline has run dry, and he's watching his life's work crumble in real time. Sean Garland is not a man who accepts defeat. On New Year's Day, 1957, at age 23, he led an armed assault on Brookborough Royal Ulster Constabulary Barracks in Northern Ireland. During the firefight, a bullet punched through his lung and dropped him on frozen ground. He nearly bled out waiting for extraction. The IRA gave him a medal for valor. The British government put him on their most wanted list for the next decade. He spent the following 30 years building revolutionary networks across Europe while evading capture by multiple intelligence agencies. So when traditional fundraising fails, Garland doesn't give up. He asks a question that would terrify any economist. If banks don't have enough money worth stealing, why not manufacture money instead? That question leads him 5,000 miles east to the most isolated nation on Earth. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is cash-starved, pathologically anti-American, and crucially technologically capable. Kim Il-sung's regime needs hard currency to buy weapon systems, import luxury goods for party elites, and prop up an economy strangled by international sanctions. Garland needs a funding source that doesn't depend on Moscow's whims. What if they could print their own dollars? Not the North Korean one, worthless outside Pyongyang. American dollars, the global reserve currency, the one form of money accepted everywhere on Earth. In early 1989, Garland boards a series of flights, Dublin to Moscow to Beijing to Pyongyang, each leg stripping away another layer of the familiar world. When he steps off the aging Ilyushin turboprop onto North Korean tarmac, he enters a country frozen in 1953, the year the armistice paused the Korean War. Giant bronze statues of Kim Il-sung tower over boulevards empty of civilian traffic. Soldiers goose-step in perfect unison past concrete apartment blocks with no lights in the windows. Loudspeakers mounted on every corner blare patriotic music. Every citizen wears the same expression of rehearsed devotion. Garland, who thought he understood totalitarian systems from his years dealing with Moscow, realizes he understood nothing. This is something else entirely. The meeting happens in a windowless conference room inside a government compound in central Pyongyang. On one side of the table, officials from room 39. Kim's secretive bureau for generating foreign currency through any means necessary.
Oh no,
dealing,
that's not good.
Whatever works. On the other side, a foreigner with a thick Dublin accent and a proposition that would constitute an act of war if discovered. The pitch is simple but audacious. North Korea will print flawless US $100 bills using state resources and industrial facilities. Garland will distribute them through his criminal networks across Europe and beyond. They split the profits. If anyone gets caught,
oh, thank God,
has plausible deniability. Just another rogue smuggling operation. Nothing to do with the government. Both sides agree immediately. The logic is irresistible. If they succeed, they'll have unlimited access to American dollars without asking America's permission. They won't be counterfeiting currency. They'll be counterfeiting the concept of money itself, creating value from nothing, siphoning wealth from the U.S. economy with every bill that enters circulation. But here's the problem. Nobody in that room is solved. The $100 bill is the most protected banknote ever designed. It contains security features that took the Treasury decades to develop. specialized paper, optically variable ink, microprinting invisible to the naked eye. Can a starving dictatorship actually replicate it? Deep inside a military compound outside Pyongyang, North Korean technicians begin reverse engineering the $100 bill under direct orders from Kim Il-sung. This isn't a back alley print shop with inkjet printers and scissors. It's an industrial facility staffed by engineers, chemists, and master engravers, all operating under the authority of Office 39. Workers labor in rotating shifts, forbidden from discussing their assignment even with family. The penalty for talking about the project is execution. The penalty for failure is the same. Success means unlimited funding for the regime and personal rewards for everyone involved. The stakes couldn't be higher. They found several problems in the process. The first one is that the printing press, U.S. currency, is made using intaglio machines, massive devices that force ink into steel-engraved plates with 20 tons of pressure. That pressure creates the distinctive raised texture you feel when you rub a real bill. These presses cost millions of dollars each and require precision engineering that only a handful of factories worldwide can produce. And you can't buy one on the open market. In 1990, North Korean intelligence agents locate one through shadowy intermediaries in Japan and Germany, companies willing to sell without asking questions about end users. They ship it to Pyongyang in crates labeled agricultural equipment. Customs officials along the route are bribed to look the other way. Within months, the press is installed 2 stories underground, hidden from satellite surveillance. It thunders to life, and technicians in white coats watch as Benjamin Franklin's face emerges in perfect relief. Then came the second problem, the paper. American currency isn't printed on wood pulp like normal paper. It's a classified blend of 75% cotton and 25% linen, embedded with microscopic red and blue security fibers, visible only under magnification. The formula is a state secret. The specialized machinery to produce it costs tens of millions. So Kim's agents go shopping around the world. Hong Kong, Switzerland, an Eastern European paper mill, willing to sell without asking what the paper is for. By 1992, diplomatic pouches are delivering cotton linen stock to Pyongyang that feels identical to Federal Reserve paper. The same crispness, the same slight resistance when folded, the same microscopic fibers glinting under ultraviolet light. Third problem, the one everyone said was impossible, is the ink. On a genuine $100 bill, the numeral 100 in the lower right corner shifts from green to black when you tilt it at an angle. That's optically variable ink, or OVI, a formula manufactured exclusively for the U.S. Bureau of Engraving by a Swiss company called SICPA. The contracts explicitly prohibit sale to any other party. The security is supposedly airtight, but somehow North Korea obtains a supply. Defectors who later escaped the regime suggest a French intermediary diverted a shipment. Others claim Pyongyang's chemists reverse-engineered the formula through spectrographic analysis, breaking down the molecular structure compound by compound and rebuilding it from scratch. Either way, by 1994, North Korean bills have the color-shifting magic. They pass every field test the Secret Service has ever designed. The facility runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, guarded by military units who don't know what they're protecting. Each month it produces millions of dollars in flawless $100 bills, stacked in vaults like ammunition waiting for deployment. U.S. intelligence has no idea this operation exists. But here's the twist that will haunt counterfeit investigators for years. The fakes are too good. North Korean engravers, obsessing over perfection, corrected tiny flaws that the Treasury deliberately leaves in every genuine note. Imperfections caused by aging plates and normal printing variation. A slightly blurred line became razor sharp. A microscopic smudge was cleaned up. Under extreme magnification, the supernotes looked better than authentic bills. By the mid-1990s, whispers of an extraordinary counterfeit begin spreading through law enforcement circles. Banks in Hong Kong, Moscow, Manila, and Dublin encounter occasional $100 bills that feel subtly strange, the paper slightly too crisp, the printing slightly too clean, but pass every mechanical and chemical test. Tellers shrug and deposit them. ATMs accept them without hesitation. Casinos count them into their vaults. When specimens eventually reach the Secret Service crime lab in Washington, analysts run them through every detection protocol and find almost nothing wrong. They give this new threat a code name, supernotes, short for super counterfeits. The product is essentially indistinguishable from money, as spendable as real currency, created from nothing. North Korea has built the only counterfeit operation in history that can fool the country that prints the originals. Now Garland has to move the product across borders without getting caught, and the distribution method he devises exploits a loophole that makes his shipments legally untouchable, even when authorities know exactly what's inside. How do you smuggle millions in counterfeit cash across international borders without ever passing through a checkpoint? Sean Garland found the answer hidden in plain sight. Diplomatic pouches. By international treaty, sealed bags traveling between embassies cannot be searched by any customs authority on Earth. A pouch marked official correspondence from the North Korean embassy in Moscow might contain routine paperwork, or $500,000 in supernotes wrapped in brown paper. Nobody can legally open it to check. The courier walks through airports without screening. The product enters Europe completely invisible. Garland exploits this loophole ruthlessly. His couriers never encounter security. His cash never passes through X-ray machines. Supernotes move from Pyongyang to Moscow to Dublin without leaving a trace. By the time they enter the European banking system, their origin is completely untraceable. The fake money arrives cleaner than real money. Here's how the laundering operation works. Garland's key European partner is a man named Hugh Todd, an Irish South African hustler with connections to currency exchangers from London to Johannesburg. The business model is elegant. Todd pays $30,000 in genuine currency and receives $100,000 in supernotes, a 70% discount on money itself. He then walks those fakes into exchange bureaus, banks, and casinos across Europe, converting them into real pounds, Deutschmarks, and francs at face value. His profit margin exceeds 200%. Garland's cut is a
where's the last dude?
currency to fund his workers'
Hello?
operations, plus whatever
Mr.
personal
Zombie?
luxuries
Oh,
catches
there
eye.
you are.
In
Okay.
April 1998, Garland, codenamed the man with the hat for the battered fedora he always wears, meets Todd in a suite at Moscow's Radisson Slavyanskaya Hotel. Security cameras in the lobby capture him entering, an older man in a dark coat, unremarkable except for that distinctive hat. Upstairs, he upends a leather bag onto the bed. $80,000 in crisp hundreds cascade across the white sheets like green confetti. He examines a few bills, running his thumb across the raised printing, tilting them to watch the 100 shift from green to black. Perfect. Indistinguishable from genuine treasury notes. He hands over a smaller stack of genuine British pounds, the agreed upon payment. 3 minutes later, the transaction is complete. Two criminals walk away richer. The American economy absorbs another wound it won't feel for years. Similar exchanges happen across Europe throughout the mid-1990s. Belarus, Poland, Denmark, Prague. London's shadowy back-alley exchange bureaus unknowingly trade North Korean forgeries for sterling. A single courier can convert $50,000 in supernotes into genuine European currencies over a weekend, visiting a dozen exchange windows without triggering suspicion. The cash disperses. The trail goes cold. By the late 1990s, so many supernotes circulate in Ireland that several major banks, Allied Irish, Bank of Ireland, and Ulster Bank, stop accepting $100 bills entirely. Tellers are instructed to politely refuse them regardless of customer protests. American tourists find themselves stranded with cash no Irish institution will touch. Think about that. The world's reserve currency, rejected in a modern Western democracy because nobody can tell real from fake. The infection crosses the Atlantic. A European tourist unknowingly carries supernotes to New York, spending them at restaurants and shops. A Moscow exchange passes a bundle that eventually reaches a Las Vegas casino cage. The bills slide into slot machines without triggering alarms, convert to chips, get cashed out as genuine winnings. How many millions have already circulated through the Federal Reserve itself? Counted. processed, and redistributed as authentic currency? Washington finally wakes up in 1996. At a
That feeling when your trades are working harder for you. With IRAs on Crypto.com, pay 0 account fees and save on taxes. Build momentum steadily over time. Open your IRAs now.
777X is a great product. It means growth for the future.
The Composite Wing Center here at Everett is a huge boost for the community. It's definitely humbling to know that we're the only place that does this for Boeing. Everything that we do here is paving the way for what Boeing's going to do in the future.
I think the future looks very bright for 777X, and I'm just excited about it.
At a tense House Banking Committee hearing broadcast on C-SPAN, Congressman Spencer Bachus holds up a $100 bill and warns of counterfeits so sophisticated they escape detection by all but the most advanced forensic equipment. He passes the bill to colleagues. None of them can identify it as fake. The implication chills everyone in the chamber. If trained legislators can't tell the difference, ordinary citizens have no chance. And here's what makes this an existential threat. U.S. currency isn't backed by gold. It isn't backed by silver. It's backed by trust, global faith that dollars are real. Garland and Kim Il-sung have figured out how to counterfeit trust itself. The CIA, Secret Service, FBI, and Treasury launched the largest counterfeiting investigation in American history. They strongly suspect North Korea. Defectors have described the Pyongyang facility. But directly accusing a nuclear-armed nation of currency warfare carries diplomatic consequences nobody wants. So they devise a different strategy. Ignore Pyongyang, target the distribution network, and track the one player not protected by sovereign immunity. Sion Garland is about to become the most hunted counterfeiter on Earth. The FBI's plan to catch him will require agents to become criminals themselves, and it won't spring for another 3 years. The FBI's plan sounds like a Hollywood pitch. Embed undercover agents in the criminal underworld for years, build trust with smugglers and traffickers, and work their way up the supernote supply chain until they reach Garland himself. They call it Operation Smoke.
Oh, wow.
A sister operation, Royal Charm, runs parallel on the East Coast. Together, they represent the most ambitious undercover sting in counterfeiting history. It launches in 2002 and won't be ready to spring for another 36 months. Here's how it works. Undercover FBI and Secret Service agents set up shop in Southern California, posing as members of a mob-connected smuggling ring. They let word spread through criminal networks that they're buying anything illegal, counterfeit currency,
Alright, another dog round, another hit.
or stolen military equipment. No questions asked with the highest prices paid. The bait works faster than expected. Within months, a smuggler with Triad connections approaches them in a Los Angeles warehouse, offering the best fake hundreds anywhere in the world. The undercover agent examines the bills with practiced casualness. He recognizes the supernote markers immediately, the too-perfect printing, the flawless color shift. He keeps his face neutral and agrees to a larger buy. The pipeline is tapped. Now comes the patient, dangerous work of mapping the entire conspiracy. For 36 months, agents live double lives. They attend meetings in restaurant back rooms and parking garages at 2 a.m. They negotiate prices on burner phones that get destroyed weekly. They maintain cover identities with fabricated histories, fake driver's licenses, staged arrest records that traffickers can verify through corrupt contacts. They arrange controlled buys while wearing wires, documenting every transaction for prosecutors while keeping the network intact. One wrong word could blow years of work and get agents killed. Each deal reveals another node. Couriers operating out of Newark hotel rooms, distributors laundering cash through Vegas casino cages, intermediaries with documented ties to North Korean diplomatic staff in European capitals. Surveillance teams photograph handoffs. Wiretaps capture coded conversations. Forensic accountants trace money flows through shell companies in 3 countries. The conspiracy map eventually covers an entire wall at FBI headquarters, a web of relationships stretching from Pyongyang to Dublin to Los Angeles, with Sion Garland at the center. By 2004, Operation Smoking Dragon is ready to spring.
Oh, is that you, Elliot, in the
Coordinated
chat?
raids across
What's up,
multiple
bro?
time zones, federal authorities sweep up 87 suspects and seize over $4.5 million in counterfeit
Sick of these
drugs.
fucking dogs,
The creativity
bro.
of the concealment methods stuns even
What
veteran
the
agents.
fuck?
Supernotes sandwiched between the pages of hardcover books, rolled into the lining of fabric bolts, stuffed inside children's toy crates with
Yeah, that's
professionally built false
crazy.
bottoms. One shipping container holds bricks of fake cash hidden inside hollow happy birthday card displays. The same networks were moving methamphetamine and counterfeit Viagra, narcotics and knockoff pharmaceuticals traveling identical routes as Kim's funny money. Here's the detail that sounds invented, but isn't. To lure one group of particularly cautious suspects out of hiding, the FBI stages an elaborate ruse, a fake wedding celebration on a yacht anchored off Atlantic City. Formal invitations go out. Champagne is ordered by the case. Even a DJ is hired. When the criminal guests arrive at the marina dressed for celebration, expecting a pleasure cruise and an open bar,
Yo, these dogs are
find federal agents
crazy.
waiting at the
Like,
gate.
where they be spawning them and shit?
Place wedding rings, and the
Shit's
yacht never leaves the
ridiculous.
dock. Under pressure of life sentences,
Like, how you
key
gonna spawn
operatives
these
flip and start
motherfuckers
spilling
right in front
secrets
of
for
me?
leniency. Hugh Todd cooperates, providing detailed testimony about his deals with the man with the hat. Another informant, codenamed Russian Dave, leads agents to Moscow's Kazan railway station, where $70,000 in supernotes waits in a luggage locker, wrapped ingeniously inside packages of menstrual pads. Piece by piece, the network unravels. In September 2004,
Damn, 43,
a federal
yes
grand
sir,
jury in
yes
Washington
sir, I'm
finally
almost at
indicts Sion
50.
Garland and 6 co-conspirators for operating an international counterfeit currency conspiracy from 1997 through 2000. The Americans have their man, on paper, but Garland isn't in custody. He's been shuttling between the Republic of Ireland and friendly territories that won't honor U.S. extradition requests. For over a year, he evades capture by staying south of the Irish border, where Dublin historically protects its own citizens. Then, on October 7th, 2005, he makes a fatal miscalculation. He crosses north into Belfast.
There's low-key a faster strategy on this map. I know, but this is just the one that I'm most comfortable with. It's also the strategy that I came up with on my own, which is, like, you know, kind of cool.
Sensitive arrest. He's wrong about both. As Garland sits down to dinner before his speech, tactical officers storm the venue. They were dressed like Star Wars characters, he later recalls. Black helmets, black visors. The frail, white-haired man is placed in handcuffs.
Fucking dogs.
After decades operating in shadows, the shadow is caught. One agent tells reporters this is the most significant arrest in the 16-year Supernote investigation. The Americans breathe relief. But they're about to learn that catching Garland was the easy part. Sion Garland shuffles into a Belfast courtroom, looking every bit the confused grandfather. White hair, frail frame, shuffling steps, bewildered expression. It's theater. Behind those watery eyes, his mind is calculating angles of escape. The United States has formally requested extradition. If Garland lands on American soil, the charges waiting for him carry decades of prison time. At 71, with his health issues, any significant sentence means dying in a federal cell. So he does what he's done his entire life. He fights with every weapon available. His lawyers mount an aggressive medical defense. Garland has diabetes requiring daily insulin injections. He has documented heart problems. They claim he may have cancer, producing medical records that paint him as a dying man. They argue he's too fragile to survive extradition, let alone American imprisonment. The Belfast court, whether genuinely moved by his condition or influenced by political sensitivities surrounding an Irish Republican's extradition, grants bail on medical grounds. It's a stunning decision given charges that amount to economic warfare against a superpower. Garland posts bond, promises faithfully to appear at his next hearing, and walks out of the courthouse into the gray Belfast afternoon. Within hours, he crosses the border south into the Republic of Ireland.
Your roommate chill? Yeah, most of the time.
The courtroom contains only his empty chair. UK authorities
He's fine most of the time. He's cool.
But their jurisdiction ends at the frontier. Sion Garland has escaped into his home country, where different laws and different political sympathies protect him. In Dublin, Garland transforms himself from fugitive to folk hero. He proclaims innocence to every journalist who will listen, framing the American charges as political persecution, retaliation for his opposition to the Iraq War, or simply punishment for decades of socialist activism. An eclectic coalition rallies behind him. Irish politicians, trade union leaders, artists, old IRA comrades with long memories, and international figures including folk legend Pete Seeger. The Hands-Off Sion Garland campaign reframes the entire narrative. He's not a counterfeiter who undermined global currency. He's an aged freedom fighter being hounded by an overreaching empire.
Gang, you be tweaking now. Yeah, I know, I do.
A man in a wheelchair versus the full might of the U.S. Justice Department. The Americans refused to surrender their quarry. In 2009, after years of procedural wrangling, Irish police rearrest Garland at Washington's request. A new extradition hearing convenes in Dublin's High Court. By now, Garland is 75 and visibly diminished, appearing in court pale and thin, sometimes needing assistance to stand. His defense deploys a technical argument rooted in Irish constitutional law. The Republic prohibits extraditing its own citizens for crimes committed on Irish soil. If Garland distributed counterfeit currency, his lawyers argue, that distribution occurred primarily in Ireland, not in America. Irish courts have jurisdiction. Let Ireland prosecute if it wants, but don't ship an elderly Irish citizen overseas to face a foreign legal system. On December...
Got that slow person arm movements? What are you talking about?
Are your daydreams filled with sunshine and a certain je ne sais quoi? The French Riviera is calling. Protect your European vacation with Allianz Travel Insurance to help you answer travel challenges with a nonchalant c'est la vie.
Opening one restaurant in a year is hard enough, but two?
Borderline insane.
Through platforms like Upwork, we found some freelance creatives who absolutely nailed our logo. They also help with our menus. What's really nice is that you only pay for what you need. There's no overhead. There's no long-term commitment. That kind of flexibility is what small business owners need. Trying to build a small business.
Didn't know it was that bad. What are you talking about?
Today at Upwork.com.
Did you know that
the
our food
fuck?
system is basically designed to be wasteful? We grow so much food in the U.S. that goes to waste. That's one of the big reasons why I started Misfits Market. I got the idea when I was visiting an apple orchard. I saw all these apples that weren't going to get eaten. On farms, fruits and vegetables...
I don't think I'm allowed to say the word on here to explain that. Then, like, text me on Instagram or something. Just can't sit still.
Don't want to buy these products.
Yeah, bro, I'm bipolar. I get manic, and fucking drugs don't really help most of the time.
It's pasta noodles when they get packaged in the wrong box. At Misfits Market, we buy all that perfectly.
I start twist-a-flexing.
And we pass on savings to our customers. We've rescued nearly 200 million pounds of high-quality food. And
how bad you tweak? I tweak bad.
Market.com to start saving money by saving food.
On December 21st, 2011,
my muscles will hurt and be sore because they've been just moving non-stop, and I won't be able to stop
He
moving.
refers the case to Ireland's Director of Public Prosecutions for
I'm like the Tasmanian devil, you know, from Looney Tunes. It does the fucking, like, tornado shit. That's me when I go to a room while I'm tweaking.
Whether because authorities lack sufficient evidence, or because the political will to convict a Republican icon simply isn't there. Sion Garland walks out of the Dublin courtroom a free man. The old fox has outmaneuvered the eagle. He retreats to a cottage in County Meath and lives out his remaining years in quiet obscurity. He gives occasional interviews to sympathetic journalists, but never admits guilt, never names his contacts in Pyongyang, never reveals the full scope of the operation. On a cold December day in 2018...
No, I was saying how bad you tweaking is what I'm talking about. Oh, okay.
Not in prison, not in public disgrace, but surrounded by family and comrades who considered him...
Yeah, low-key true.
The
You're
FBI
right.
and Secret Service, who spent 16 years
Can't even lie.
hunting him, are left holding a thick case file and nursing jurisdictional fury. The thief got away in broad daylight. He took the full secrets of the
The
superdollar
wrist
conspiracy
bending
to his
shit,
grave.
yeah.
But his legacy is in your wallet right now. Pull out any $100 bill printed after 2013.
Damn, son.
And you're looking at Garland's monument. A 3D holographic
5 more rounds to
woven
50.
paper that shifts
Let's
from
go.
bells to 100.
This
when
is it.
tilted. A color-changing Liberty Bell inside a copper inkwell. An oversized off-center portrait of Franklin surrounded by microscopic features that cost the Treasury over a decade and hundreds of millions of dollars to develop. All of it exists because one Irish revolutionary and one rogue nuclear state proved the old design could be cloned to perfection. The 1996 Big Head redesign was the first emergency response.
The other word
to
for slow
supernova
person
threat.
arm movements, I
A
see.
desperate attempt to stay one step ahead of Pyongyang's counterfeiters. The 2013 overhaul was the definitive answer, incorporating security features so advanced that replicating them would require building an entirely new facility from scratch. Since those changes, no new supernote variants have been detected anywhere in the world. The counterfeiting operation died, either because Garland's network collapsed.
Man, they be spawning these dogs right in my face, I swear to God.
Impossible to replicate with existing technology, or because North Korea simply found more profitable ways to generate hard currency. That last possibility should concern you. When the superdollar pipeline dried up, Pyongyang didn't abandon its quest to steal from the global economy. They pivoted to cyberspace, a realm where you don't need printing presses or diplomatic pouches. The same regime that counterfeited cash now counterfeits digital transactions.
You don't think you ever want to try and get off it? Of course I do, I just don't know when, and I'm not ready yet.
Stealing billions through operations that make Garland's leather bag hotel deals look
I just fucking can't handle the
You
fucking
want to see how
process of
Garland's hackers
withdrawing.
became the most dangerous financial threat on the planet, capable of stealing more in a
And
single
I don't want to go back on
operation
Suboxone or anything like that.
in a decade. Watch our video on the Lazarus Group, the team that stole $1 billion without ever leaving North Korea.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to go from launch to legendary. Bring your brand to life with easy to customize themes. Drag, drop, done. Start selling everywhere people shop, whether they're strolling or scrolling.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream.
And never leave a sale behind with the world's best converting checkout. So easy. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
June 28, 2014, Vancouver, Canada. Subin steps out his front door holding his morning coffee when 2 unmarked Crown Victorias block his driveway. 8 Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers surround him instantly. The coffee mug shatters on concrete. Subin, a 49-year-old aviation parts dealer with 3 employees, doesn't resist. He knows exactly why they're here. For 6 years, he's
Oh,
been
come
America's most
on.
classified military technology. Not with guns or lockpicks, with hackers, emails, and Excel spreadsheets.
Jesus Christ, enough with the
30,000
dogs.
stolen Boeing files on his laptop. Design specs for the F-35 Lightning II stealth fighter. Radar signatures for the F-22 Raptor. Flight test protocols worth $31 billion in development costs. Subin hasn't just stolen documents. He's stolen the future of air superiority, and he's already delivered it to Beijing. But here's what the officers don't know yet. Arresting
Bro, again, really?
hostage crisis. And the technology Sue stole? It's already flying over the South China Sea. But how did he pull it off? And why did Beijing choose him? In 2008, Beijing Aerospace Conference. Subin works the room like a politician, memorizing names, companies, clearance levels. His business card reads Load Tech Industries, a company that manufactures cable harnesses for commercial aircraft
with an annual revenue of $180,000. But his real job pays considerably more. That morning, Sue received new instructions from two People's Liberation Army hackers operating under the code names UC2 and UC3. Their target list includes 17 American defense contractors. But they have a problem. They don't know which employees have access to classified servers, which Sue Bin does. For 3 years, Sue has been mapping the American defense industry from the inside. At the Paris Air Show, he befriends a Boeing engineer named Michael Chen, who mentions working on something special in Long Beach. At a supplier conference in Seattle, he meets Jennifer Park from Lockheed's Skunk Works division. She complains about their new security protocols, revealing exactly which protocols to avoid. Sue records every detail in encrypted files labeled cultivation reports. By December 2008, he's identified 147 employees across 31 companies with potential access to military programs. He marks 12 as primary targets, people with financial problems, bitter about promotions, or simply careless with passwords. China needs this intelligence desperately. Their J-10 fighter can't match the F-16. Their transport planes carry half the payload of American equivalents. Pentagon analysts estimate China is 20 years behind in aviation technology. Sue Bin plans to compress those decades into months. His first target is Boeing's C-17 Globemaster 3 production facility in Long Beach, California. The C-17 costs $202 million per unit and can deliver 170,000 pounds of cargo anywhere on Earth. China has been trying to build an equivalent for 11 years, and they failed 17 times. On January 9th, 2009, Sue sends UC2 a phishing template disguised as a Boeing pension update. The email targets Dennis Liu, a stress engineer Sue met at a Vancouver trade show who complained about his retirement fund. Liu clicks the link at 2:31 p.m. Pacific time. By 2:32, Chinese military hackers are inside Boeing's servers. They move through the network for 18 months, installing 47 different backdoors, creating administrator accounts, and sniffing all the traffic they can. They work exclusively between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. Pacific time, Beijing business hours, when Boeing's security team is skeleton staffed. The hackers send Sue directory listings every week. One contains 6,000 pages of file names. Sue highlights 22 folders in yellow, the ones containing classified data.
What?
Inside one folder, there are over 2,000 files detailing the C-17's cargo loading system.
What is that even supposed to mean?
It's never successfully replicated. Each stolen file saves China an estimated 2 years of research. Some files are so sensitive that Boeing doesn't even know they've been copied until the FBI shows them proof 5 years later. By the way, if you're enjoying this investigation into one of history's most damaging spy operations and want to see how deep this conspiracy goes, hit subscribe. Because what Sue Bin steals next will fundamentally alter the balance of military power. By March 2010, Sue's team extracts 630,000 files, totaling 65 gigabytes from Boeing. The haul includes stress test data, materials specifications, manufacturing tolerances, everything needed to reverse engineer the C-17. Sue personally translates 3,400 pages from Mandarin, adding annotations like critical for thermal management and this solves our hydraulics problem. In a progress report to Beijing, he writes, "We have safely, smoothly accomplished the mission of stealing the C-17, making important contributions to national defense scientific research. But the C-17 was never Sue's ultimate target. It was practice, a test run for something much bigger." On April 15th, 2010, Sue receives new orders from Beijing. He has a new target, the Lockheed Martin's crown jewel, the F-35 Lightning II.
But how do you steal a $1.7 trillion fighter jet program? And why would China risk war to get it? October 11th, 2011. Su Bin's home office in Richmond, British Columbia. He's reviewing the latest hack when he spots something extraordinary in the stolen files, a document. And this single document contains the electromagnetic signature of America's newest stealth fighter, the exact radar frequencies the F-35 can evade. With this data, China can design radars specifically tuned to detect invisible aircraft. Su marks it priority 1 and adds a note. This changes everything. The F-35 program involves 1,700 suppliers across 45 states. Lockheed Martin maintains the primary servers, but thousands of subcontractors hold pieces of the puzzle. BAE Systems designs the electronic warfare suite. Northrop Grumman builds the radar. Pratt & Whitney manufactures the engine. Each company thinks their piece is too small.
Oh, it's a dog round. That's good. We need that.
Knows better. He creates a grid mapping which contractors hold which technologies. Column A lists 67 companies. Column B identifies their weakest cybersecurity points. Column C contains employee names from his cultivation reports. The grid becomes Su's blueprint for the largest military technology theft in history. His hackers penetrate the first subcontractor on November 3rd, 2011, a small firm in Connecticut that machines titanium components for the F-35's vertical lift fan. The company has only 43 employees and one IT administrator who works part-time. Their firewall hasn't been updated since 2009.
Boom, perfect.
And UC3 are inside within 4 minutes. They install a keylogger that captures the administrator's password. Password 123. That password unlocks...
I'm trying to see your nuke clip. Go back to the beginning of the stream.
Inside, there are 340 gigabytes of F-35 blueprints.
I got a nuke on stream.
Over the next 18 months, Su's team infiltrates 21 F-35 subcontractors using the same pattern. Small companies with outdated security and shared networks with prime contractors. Each breach opens new doors. From a supplier in Fort Worth, they steal the F-35's sensor fusion algorithms, code that lets pilots see through the aircraft floor. From a firm in Baltimore, they obtain the helmet-mounted display specifications, technology that projects flight data directly onto the pilot's visor. From a company in El Segundo, they extract the radar-absorbent coding formula, 11 years and $2.3 billion in development. Su organizes the stolen data with obsessive precision. He creates folders labeled by aircraft sections, and inside each folder, there are hundreds of files with Su's handwritten translations and technical notes. The Wall Street Journal will later report that Chinese hackers stole several terabytes of F-35 data. The real number, according to Su's own records, is 24.3 terabytes across 3.7 million files. December 19th, 2012. Su receives photographs from Beijing. China's J-20 stealth fighter prototype has been redesigned with a new forward fuselage that exactly matches the F-35's radar cross-section. The canopy uses the same gold-tinted coating found in stolen Lockheed specifications. The engine intake geometry, a problem China struggled with for 7 years, now mirrors the F-35's precisely. But stealing the data is only half the operation. Su must also ensure his tracks remain hidden. His hackers route their attacks through 17 different countries, using compromised servers in South Korea, Poland, India, and Brazil. They lease cloud storage under fake companies registered in Cyprus. They transmit stolen files in 50 megabyte chunks, small enough to avoid detection by automated security systems. When Boeing's security team notices unusual network activity in February 2019, they trace it to a server in Romania that was wiped clean 6 hours earlier.
By March 2014, Su Bin has stolen military secrets worth an estimated $600 billion in research and development. The F-35's stealth capabilities, the F-22's thrust vectoring system, and the C-17's cargo management software. Technologies that took America 40 years to perfect, now sitting on servers in Beijing. Su has earned $4.7 million for his work, roughly $1.5 per stolen file. He owns 3 properties in Vancouver, drives a 2013 Mercedes S-Class, and maintains accounts in Hong Kong worth $8.3 million. His LinkedIn profile...
That's all that there is. Like, most of the servers just aren't populated, so... You know, sometimes people join, other times it's just bots.
Yet, 7,500 miles away, in a basement office at FBI headquarters, Special Agent Justin Valise is staring at an intercepted email with the subject line, C-17 Project Reconnaissance Summary. Who intercepted these communications? And how did they trace them back to a cable harness manufacturer in Canada? August 8, 2012, FBI Los Angeles Division. Special Agent Justin Valise opens a package marked Eyes Only from the National Security Agency. Inside, there are printed emails between 3 individuals discussing Project C-17 and Big Bird, Boeing's internal code name for the Globemaster. The NSA...
Yeah, it does suck that there's not more people on it. It would be a lot cooler.
Against Chinese military servers. One email contains an attachment, a 16-page report detailing exactly how hackers penetrated Boeing's Long Beach facility. The report lists stolen files by name, includes screenshots of Boeing's internal directories, and celebrates successfully obtaining 630,000 files for the motherland. Valese reads one line 3 times. Project manager Stephen Su provided target lists and translation services.
No, dude. No way.
Finding Su Bin takes 4 months.
Of course I go down now.
Email addresses across 6 providers. They communicate through draft folders, never sending messages, a technique that avoids most surveillance. But they make one mistake. On January 14, 2013, someone logs into the account sbyinka@gmail.com from IP address 67.193.4.4.22, registered to TELUS Communications in Richmond, British Columbia. That IP traces to a residential address,
oh my god.
571 from Beaucock Road, and the property owner is...
It's okay. It's okay. It's still savable.
Any pizza, any toppings, for just $9.99.
Oh yeah, the round's almost over.
Bicycle kicks are not what they sound like. Luckily, Hotels.com member prices are exactly what they sound like. Up to 20% off only for members. Sign up for free. Hotels.com. It's all in the name.
It's just like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly.
Yes, sir. I got the Perkaholic
I
back.
just have this design here that I pulled together. I can just take the link. I can copy a link to selection. And then I can go to
Gucci.
paste the link. Use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my app. It was like 90% of the way.
Alright, last round. Here we go. This is for all the marbles.
The FBI cross-references Su with aviation industry databases. He attended the 2009 Paris Air Show, the 2010 Boeing Suppliers Conference, the 2011 Defense Manufacturing Summit. Each event coincides with new cyber intrusions at attendee companies. Valese builds a timeline. March 2009. Su meets Boeing engineer at Vancouver Trade Show. April 2009. That engineer's credentials used to access classified servers. October 2010.
Sue attends Lockheed's supplier event in Dallas. November 2010. Dallas-based subcontractor breached using conference attendee lists. The pattern repeats 17 times. Sue isn't just identifying targets. He's providing hackers with detailed intelligence about each victim. Employee names, email formats, security protocols, even vacation schedules extracted from casual conversation. One email from UC2 thanks Sue for noting that Target's IT department is minimal during Thanksgiving week. The FBI's investigation expands across 3 agencies. The Air Force Office of Special Investigations calculates the military impact. China's Y-20 transport plane, revealed in 2013, incorporates 17 specific design elements from the stolen C-17 files. The Naval Criminal Investigative Service finds that China's J-31 fighter prototype uses the exact same radar-absorbent material formula stolen from Lockheed. The Defense Intelligence Agency estimates the thefts accelerated Chinese military aviation by 10 to 15 years, saving Beijing $100 billion in research costs. But prosecuting Sue presents a unique challenge. He's a Canadian citizen living in Vancouver. China won't acknowledge the operation exists. The hackers UC2 and UC3 are People's Liberation Army officers with diplomatic immunity. Traditional extradition could take years. The Justice Department needs leverage. On May 19, 2014, Attorney General Eric Holder announces the indictment of 5 Chinese military hackers for economic espionage, the first ever criminal charges against foreign military officers. The indictment sends a message to Beijing. America is done tolerating cyber theft. Behind the scenes, prosecutor Adam Hickey prepares a sealed indictment against Sue Bin. Unlike his military partners, Sue has no immunity. He travels frequently, he owns property in California, so he's vulnerable. June 27, 2014. Sue Bin books a flight from Vancouver to China, departing June 29th. The FBI has 48 hours. Valazy calls the Royal Canadian Mounted Police at 4 p.m.
Oh my god, not again. Come on.
Canadian prosecutors have an arrest warrant.
Not now.
Surveillance teams confirm Sue is home at
I died again.
Beaucock Road. They'll move at dawn. The arrest operation involves 31 officers across multiple agencies, RCMP tactical teams, FBI liaisons,
Oh, I'm
Canadian
fucked.
Security Intelligence Service observers. They expect Sue might attempt to destroy evidence, standard protocol for intelligence assets. 2 officers are assigned solely to secure electronics. They must prevent Sue from triggering any kill switches that could wipe his drives. At 5:43 a.m. on June 28th, teams take positions around Sue's house. At 5:47 a.m., Sue opens his front door. In his hand, there is a cup of coffee and his Samsung Galaxy phone. An officer immediately separates him from the device. Good thing, Sue had an encrypted messaging app open, his thumb hovering over a button labeled Emergency Clean. Inside Sue's home office, investigators find 3 laptops, 8 external drives, and 47 USB sticks hidden inside a fake electrical outlet. The primary laptop contains 892 gigabytes of stolen military data, organized in folders with Chinese labels. One folder alone, F-35 electromagnetic properties, contains information classified beyond top secret. If leaked publicly, these files would compromise the entire F-35 fleet's survivability. Sue has backups of everything on drives scattered across 3 continents. Even now, arrested and facing extradition, he assumes Beijing will negotiate his release. He's about to learn that China protects its assets differently. Within 5 days of Sue's arrest, 2 Canadians living in China will vanish into detention. Their crime?
Come on, I could do
At the
this.
wrong time. Who were Kevin and Julia Garrett? And why did China choose them? July 4th, 2014. Dandong, China.
Yes.
North Korean border. Kevin and Julia Garrett.
Fuck
fish dinner
you.
at the Shangri-La Hotel. For 30 years, they've run Peter's Coffee House, teaching English and helping.
Yes, sir. That's it. Round 50.
Plans for their son's
Fuck
wedding.
yeah.
State security agents
I did it.
table, without explanation or charges.
Alright, I'm doing a last stand.
Separated, hooded, and driven to different facilities. Kevin won't see daylight for 23 months. Julia will be interrogated for 200 consecutive days. Their arrest occurs exactly 6 days after Su Bin's capture. Precision timing that Western intelligence immediately recognizes as retaliation. China's message is unambiguous. Touch our assets, we take yours. The Foreign Ministry denies any connection between the cases, but Chinese state media tells a different story. The Global Times publishes an editorial on July 8th titled, "The Patriot Su Bin." It reads, "If Su has stolen these secrets for China, we are willing to show our
there it is. Alright, that's the game.
On this secret
Thanks for watching the stream.
we face endless Western aggression. Special